Flock 21 is now following.
Yo, 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 yo. Hello, how we doing today, my dudes? Thank you for the follow flock. The moment I switched scenes. Pretty perfect timing, actually. Oh my god, I'm falling behind in this game. Um, in like an unironic way. Kind of ironic a little bit. Um, like in the grand scheme of things, I'm not falling behind. But every time I look at my guild like chat, and I look at what people are up to, and I see that they're in their second and third characters, I think to myself, huh, I'm only halfway through leveling my main character, so I've got a bit of work to do. I've been messing with some OBS stuff this morning. So hopefully the streams are stable. Basically, I was watching them back, and I realized like the YouTube stream looked like absolute ass. Like, and this is because I like basically had to reset my C drive, as I said yesterday. I had to like reset everything. So I was watching it back and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is unwatchable. So hopefully now YouTube's in a pretty relatively crisp state. But my only concern now is that the streams are both going to simultaneously crash or something. So if there are any issues, please let me know. Because basically, dual streaming is like this entire like thing. I have to have them like running on different settings essentially. Whereas Twitch is like quite small. I suppose the good term is like less power impactful. Like they don't let you stream at high quality. YouTube you can go as high as you want, but I also use YouTube for like content because I can't record at the same time. If I recorded, my GPU would blow up. So I'm basically trialing something today. What I'm trying to say is I'm trialing to make sure like the YouTube looks crisp. Twitch will look exactly how it did yesterday, and however it looks in the past. I'm trying to have YouTube like basically as high quality as possible and seeing what my limits are. The issue is I can't test this off stream because I can test YouTube off stream, but I can't test Dual because there's no way to stream on Twitch without going live. I think I always thought that was a weird thing because I can never like test my Twitch stream and stuff because if I want to do like on YouTube I can make private videos, right, and do lots of tests. On Twitch, if I want to do that, I have to go live. And then everyone gets a notification saying Windwalker POV is live, and I'm just there like trying to test stuff. I like when I started the channel, I was doing that. I like did that loads, and it just kept notifying people that I was live, and it was like, yikes, this is shit. So this is my live test. So far, so good. I'm not really doing anything in the game though at the moment. I think my GPU is looking stable, so hopefully the gamble's paid off. We'll see once I start doing content. So yes, what's up, Stivia? What's up, Big Dog? And Dempsey, leveling's been slow as fuck. Well, my leveling's been slow as fuck because I'm just super inefficient. If you look at my map, I've done all the side quests here. There are some new ones that popped up. Ignore those. They're not real. They don't count. But I essentially spent the entirety of yesterday in Eversong Wood, doing the campaign and doing sidees. And I got to 85, and I realized that I probably spent too much time doing side quests, so I've still got like all the campaign to do, right? I'm only 4 of 17. If I was like maybe like 83, 84, I'd probably get to max level once I finish the campaign. Now I'm going to finish the campaign and probably be a bit over, like run into like 90 and still be doing the campaign, so that sucks a little bit. But essentially what I'm trying to say is I'm basically just going to be doing the campaign, because I've done enough side quests to basically get this character to 90. I have a delve to do. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. I might wait. It gives me a lot of XP, but as I said, I need to do the campaign. That's number one priority, right? I've got 5 characters to level. I've done half of one character, so we are a little bit on a time schedule. Yesterday, I finished the stream at like just about 84, I think, 83, 84. So to catch you all up without any spoilers of what actually happened, essentially we finished the area in Eversong. The Twilight cultists are getting pissed or something, and they're starting to like cause lots of trouble, so it's our job to stop them. And as well as that, there was a little bit of a conflict between the elves and the trolls, a little bit of miscommunication, and a little bit of conflict between Arathor and Terrellion. And yeah, that's my summary without spoiling anything. I mean, I suppose if you're watching this stream, you probably don't mind the story being spoiled, but yeah, a little bit of conflict between everyone. And essentially, we got sent back to the main hub, and now we had the choice of going to Zolomon, Harandar, or continuing our story with Arathor. I think his name is Arathor. Something like that. I've chosen to do Zolomon next, so I'm on my way to Zolomon. And we're going to meet Lady Liadrin there and just continue our story. As well as that, I was leveling a lot of professions, so I spent like an hour leveling professions. I got my cooking high, like that went well. I'm good on cooking. I went for herb lore and alchemy. I generally always just go for herb lore and alchemy. One, because I think they're kind of easy to do. But I won't lie, I don't understand professions at all. I've never understood them. Like, I'm trying to, like half these recipes I can't unlock. I have no idea how to unlock them. I could watch a guide or something, but eh. So, essentially, all I have to my name are, like, 40 health pots. So, you could argue it's going well. Can I give you this UI? Yeah, if you type !UI, you can essentially... that will give you a link to a YouTube video that essentially goes through how to set up this UI.
Where are we going today, Master?
That's the best I can do. Because the issue is that it's a bunch of add-ons essentially. Like we no longer use WeCore, as I'm sure you're probably aware of. So now a lot of UIs are just created up of multiple add-ons. The importance of the add-ons is it's not just download the add-on. I mean, you can just download the add-on, but you'll run into the issue where it's not all set up. So I have a whole bunch of profiles for all of these add-ons that I do go on. I do talk about in the video. Oh, actually, you're on YouTube. !UI will not work. I haven't set it up there. I'm sorry. That's not great. Let me get my video. Yeah, so the thing is, the video links to all of the add-ons that you'll need, but the profiles that I've created for everything I cannot post in the description because they're quite long, so they're all in the Discord server. So if you go to that video over there, give it a watch. You can skip through it.
212 is now following.
If you want the shortest version of things, like if you don't want to watch the video, which is fair enough, you could essentially just go to my Discord server, go to the add-ons tab. Let me get that up. In my Discord server here, and then I have an add-ons tab over here, and I've basically posted all of the add-ons and all of the profiles. So like if you didn't want to watch the video or anything, you can literally just copy all the add-ons and then import the profiles. The only big difference is if you have a 1920 by 1080 monitor, because I have 2560 by 1440, is that you just have to import a different edit mode and a different unhalted unit frames. But if you did it like that, you could probably set up in like 5 minutes. But the video basically just talks about like different tweaks and stuff you can do with the add-ons and profiles, things that you might find useful. All right, so we're at the trolls, I imagine. This is where the conflict happened, big conflict. I think there was a misunderstanding. Like, I'm under the impression that the trolls are not actually the bad guys, and we tried to get that across to the elves, but I don't think the elves listened, and now we're fighting the trolls. That's my general understanding of what's actually going on here. Because I was trying to tell everybody, basically my character's trying to tell everybody, wait, the trolls are not bad. The trolls are decent. Like, let them be free or some shit. But then, I don't think the trolls gave a shit, and I don't think the elves gave a shit, so now we've just got this massive conflict going on.
Sister, did you forget I'm the leader of Zulaman? Is that why you did not listen to me? Hold! We are not here to fight. Then why?
Oh no, I did the thing. Ah, that's right, cutscene's over. You ever done that where like you're watching a cutscene on WoW and then you tab off of it and then it goes back on and all the voice lines are just gone? So what's this? We're trying to get the... Okay, we'll have renown with the Amani tribes. I do have to do a little bit of renown farming this expansion. I was under the assumption we didn't, but I think it was discovered that there's actually some decent gear that you can get from renown, so I will have to do that at some point. On the plus side, I don't have to do any more side quests, so that's kind of nice, because I streamed like for 4 hours yesterday, and I promise you 3 of those hours were spent doing our side quests, and I don't mind side quests, but some of them are pretty, like, tedious. Alright, can we do this without fighting? I think we can. Yeah. Okay. I'll just let all the trolls just battle one another and I'll just bang these drums. You love the Necromancer one? Is that the one with the... like the rogue? I think that was my favourite side quest. The one when you're in Silvermoon and you're basically hunting down that warlock, right? Yeah, that was my favourite side quest, and I don't think any of them even came close to it. I just thought it was fun. Yeah, that was a good one. You sound the drums, bring more feeble trolls to the slaughter. I'll be dead real with you. I actually have no idea what I'm doing right now. I need to find this guy. He's meant to be here. That is a player. Oh, you just... No, you're a civilian. Oh, is he coming? He's just slow. Huh? Hurry up. I don't have time for this. Do I PvP in the meantime? This guy's looking pretty juicy. Oh, yes, I know the one you're talking about. That's the one, yeah, that's the one, that's the one over here by Windrunner Spire. Yeah, I remember doing that one. That was a good one as well. I think I did that one quite late last night, so it's kind of all a blur. Find Zul Jara in Eastern Ataman. Okay, well, I'm on top of him. Am I crazy? Is he hiding? Is there an underground to this? All right, there's the big bad guy. We don't want to go there yet. It looks like Skugget's also waiting for him. Did I miss something, maybe? Oh, I didn't pick up a quest. Fuck my life. What do you mean I didn't pick up a quest? Right, okay, that does make sense now. You know, it does make sense that I probably do need to defeat some enemies here. I can't just fly over their heads, bang some drums, and just move on. Yeah, so it's like the Twilight Invaders. They're basically this gang that have been causing havoc, and I think they're the big problem. They basically started this conflict between us and the trolls. I could be completely wrong on this, but from my understanding, they're like the masterminds, and they're basically cultists to Xalatath. Pretty much they're gooners, right? I suppose are the best description for them. Oh, there are mobs up here now. Oh my god, the game is a little bit laggy. So once I've done this character, like, I'm just trying to debate, like, what the best way is to level other characters. I've heard, like, lots of different takes on how you should, essentially level up your other characters. There are some, like, relatively degen ones, and then some chill ones, right? Like, the most chill version is to do a few dungeons and then do the story mode. But I'm really not a massive fan of the story, like, in the sense that I don't want to do it again. I've just done it. I mean, maybe it's not so bad and it won't take so long. But I'm more of the mind that I could probably get away with like doing delves, and there's like some weird crafting thing that you can do as well. You can like learn to craft and then go to Azkahet in the previous expansion and then go craft over there, and it gives you bonus levels.
Cartsist is
Like
now following.
the things that people discover is just crazy.
Jean, keep an eye on her friend.
Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Good morning, Master Veric. Ooh, just past morning from me. It's got to be some morning somewhere in the world. Alright, so now we're telling people to leave, and we're disrupting stuff. Alright, let's try to do a massive pull here. The bigger the pull, the quicker this is. And I have a 20 stack Zenith, so... Yeah, so far I'm still basically in the level range where I haven't fallen off, if that makes sense. Like, once you get to max level, your secondary stats basically drop significantly, as happens with pretty much every expansion, right? You basically get scaled to where you should be. I'm still at 85, so this hasn't happened yet, so I still hit like a truck. I'm sure things are going to go a lot slower, and I won't be able to do massive pulls like that eventually. But like, I'm still sat at like, you know, 61% mastery and stuff. I mean, it's not as high as it was. I was sat at 100% earlier on, and I haven't, well, a few levels ago, and I haven't changed any of my gear or anything. So we're slowly but surely losing stats. It's a very wow thing that like you gain levels, but you lose stats. It's always like strange to me that you don't. The moment you go into the next expansion at level 80 or whatever, level 70, 60, you don't start off. You essentially get weaker. So you start off at your strongest, and then as you gain higher levels, you just get weaker until you reach endgame. It's always strange. It's kind of reminiscent of the Warcraft 3 campaign when you play as Arthas. When you play as Arthas as a Death Knight and you start at like full power, and then as you go through each level, you actually lose power as Arthas. Maybe that's why they did it. Or maybe I'm just grasping at straws. Who are you, Tarundo, the Grizzled? Alright, we're telling these trolls to get the fuck out of here. Shit is going down, the cultists are causing chaos, we just need these guys to get out. So I think I'm on the troll side.
Yes, Uncle. We are under attack. Only take what you need and let's go. Just a minute now, Sean.
Summer farming first pack of Shadow Guard Delve and then resetting. Yeah, I've seen that one. That is a really interesting one. Like, they literally run into a delve, do a massive pull, and they don't continue the delve. They just run out, reset it, pull again. Like, that one's going to get nerfed pretty quickly. And this is what I mean by falling behind. I promise you, if I was capable of doing that, I'd be doing it. So I don't think that's like exploit. That's, you know, that's just literally going into a delve, killing stuff and coming out. You won't get punished for that. I'm basically, and I love it. I say falling behind. It's day 2, but I'm gonna end up with like the shitty redo the quest as my options. Yo, Beasicles, how you doing? Hello, how was your day? My day's good. My day's good. I'm a little bit tired because I stayed up quite late last night. For no particular good reason. You ever like put on a YouTube video to go to sleep, but then the YouTube video is actually quite good, so you don't go to sleep and you actually just watch the video? It was one of those situations. I was like, I need some, like, so I don't sleep very well, like, just get in bed, close eyes, fall asleep. I can't do that. I'm a slow sleeper, so I put on a video, and I usually like to, like, try sleep, like, listening to it. But shit, I put on a video that was way too good. I was basically watching this, guy. It was like a how did they survive sort of TV show, I think. And it was basically this guy that survived on a life raft for 76 days. And it was just really interesting, basically, the things he had to do just to survive. Yeah. So I did not sleep very early. Is it me or the new tier set for Monk the best looking set Monk's got ever since? Oh, this is an actual player? Well, shit. I mean, casualties in war. I think the tier set looks really good. I'm pretty biased towards the 20th anniversary set, the one that I'm pretty much always wear for everything, unless I'm doing like a video for like a new like expansion and whatever. I personally actually think this is the best set ever. I mean, everyone has their different opinions. I just really think this one's like just look at it. You know, the lightning coming off of you. I kind of wish, like, 'cause there was like talk at one point that they were going to, or like there were leaked images that there was like a gold variant of it. And I do wish they released that at some point, but I do think the new one's cool. I mean, you can see it in the bottom left corner of my screen over here. Like, it is a cool one. I like it when they... I mean, I usually don't like it too much when they're, like, just doing, like, beads and stuff. Because, like, what is the Blizzard fundamental decision for a Windwalker or a Monk tier set? No shoes, big hat, beads. That is, like, they have to fit at least, like, 2 of those 3 criteria. They didn't go for big hat. They went for horns, and I think it's cool. I like the color scheme. They have gone for beads, but it's not like... I don't know how to explain it. It's not like just like beads for the sake of doing beads. They're like, they fit thematically. And then, of course, I'm pretty sure the Mog has no shoes because... Why? Because we just don't wear them. No, I like it. I prefer it to Season 3, The War Within. I wasn't a massive fan of that one. I don't think it was bad, but I don't think it was anything like special. I really liked Season 2, The War Within. That was the one with the dragon mask, and it had effects and stuff. Like you were like basically breathing out green fog. That was a cool one. Yeah, big fan of this one. 20th anniversary is good, but I feel like it doesn't work on every race, but the new one, my Panda approved. That's true. You do find like some mods don't work with certain like character types. Luckily, I play Void Elf, and they usually, I want to say that they usually design around like the human model, and Void Elf is essentially the human model, so I can get away with most mods. I know that Tauren suffered a lot from that. What is it about Windwalker that you like so much that you made your name Windwalker POV? I don't think the name comes from... Well, I just like Windwalker in general, right? I started playing it in WoD for the first time. So I used to be a rogue. Like, when I first started the game, I was a rogue in Warlords of Draenor, but I didn't really enjoy rogue that much. So I wanted to find a new class. And I have like this very vivid memory of just leveling. So you used to level back to like 120 back then, right? So how did you do this? You essentially just did massive dungeon spams for like days on end, which sounds horrible and boring. Actually, it was peak content. And I just have this vivid memory of Mogishan Vaults and just like using Flying Serpent Kick to get around this place and being like, holy shit, this is the best spec they've ever made, or best class like I've ever played. And I didn't play Windwalker consistently for all the expansions since. I dabbled between Windwalker and Rogue. I started playing Windwalker properly in Dragonflight. I played it for the entire expansion. And then at the start of the War Within, I played it again. I was trying to get better at it. The name of the channel, though... this guy's attacking me. Piss off. So, the lore of the name of the channel essentially comes from the fact that I didn't really think anything was going to come of this channel, right? When I first made it, my friend was like, yo, make a... You're pretty decent at the game. Why don't you make, you know, content of you playing the game? And I was like, oh, that's a decent idea, I guess. And I looked at like I was looking at like what other people were posting, and all their video titles were like Shadow Priest POV. It was like Armed Warrior POV, and those were like the titles of their videos. And I was thinking to myself, well, if people are looking for content, right, to do with a certain spec or a class, a lot of the time what they're going to type is that spec followed by POV. So I named myself Windwalker POV, so that if anyone ever typed Windwalker, you know, POV for anything, well, my channel would pop up. And in theory, that actually worked, right? That was quite a successful name, and it made sense. The only downside to that is I low-key wish I used, like, PK Corner or something, like the actual name I use for, like, in-game content and stuff. Because I feel like I'm locked, not locked, but, like, it feels weird when I, like, try to do other content, for instance,
Wyverno
right?
314 is now following.
That kind of makes sense. So, like, I was thinking, like, I kind of want to play Resident Evil 9 or something, because I really love the Resident Evil series. But, like, can I really play that as Windwalker POV? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, that's like the one thing I do think about. I think, is it ever worth making a name change? Would that actually be successful? Like, because I know, like, you can change the name of your channel and you can change the name of, like, stuff, but, like, I don't know if that goes well. Because people are looking for your channel name. If I then suddenly one day, I'm suddenly PK Porner, people don't know who PK Porner is. They're like, why the fuck am I subscribed to this guy? So on the one side, it was really good for, like, WoW content and stuff. But this guy, you know what? I'm going to fucking fight him. He wants it. He wants the beef. No. You want the beef? Take it. Yeah, alright, disorientate me. I have a full health healing pot and all my defenses. Yeah, I mean, he's attacked me like 2 times now. I don't know what he's expecting here. I don't even have to use my health pot. Sit, dog. You get what I'm trying to say, right? I feel like, like at the time it's really good, and it does make sense, but I do feel a bit like I can't do anything else. Maybe I can, right? But it's just the way I feel. Rebranding is scary. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I mean. And it's not like I'd ever stop doing Windwalker content. Like the whole point of the point is that like I enjoy playing Windwalker, but I don't know if I can actually do a rebrand. Shit, maybe I just load at Resident Evil 9 at some point and see what happens. Is it possible to use a different mount than Ban Lu when playing Monk? I don't think so. You can't. It's genuinely illegal. If I catch a Monk not running Ban Lu, I mean, it's the best mount in the game. It talks to you. Come on. Graphically, it holds up. It came out in Legion, which is 10 years ago, by the way, guys. But like visually, if you look at this mount, it holds up. It looks high definition. Like for a mount that came out, you know, like 10 years ago, like this thing is HD. It calls me fat. It tells me that I'm an alcoholic. I mean, what more could you want from a mount? Like when I play my other classes, I genuinely don't know I don't know what mounts to use. I get lost in the source and I just end up riding the big G from Gallywix, and I don't actually like that mount that much. I mean, visually it looks cool, but to fly it, it's horrible. It's way too clunky. Like, trying to ride the big G whilst doing Dimensius is not good. Like, the model doesn't feel right for flying. He fat shames you a lot? He does, but, you know, I need to lay off the mana buttons. He's got a point. I mean, you imagine riding someone around all day and they're, like, just fucking chowing on the mana buttons. I mean, he's got to say something. Thank you for all the follows, my guys. I appreciate them. I'm the opposite. I actually go to bed and dead sleep within 5 minutes. My wife hates it. I wish I could do that. I have had friends that can do that. Like when I was at university, like I'd have like my mates come up and visit me time from time, and like 1 or 2 of them can literally do that. Like that, you turn the lights off and they're asleep within 5 minutes, and you like hear them snoring, and I'm just sat there with my eyes open, like not because they're snoring, because I can't sleep, and I'm just like, I wish I had this ability. I wish, like, can I trade in another attribute I have just to be able to sleep? Because, like, there's nothing more I'd give than just to be able to, like, instantly, like, just call it sleep. Like, if I want to sleep, I sleep then. But usually if I go to bed, it's like, well, I guess I'll be sleeping in an hour or 2. It's not really bedtime. I need to respawn with a different talent tree. Alright, we'll try to pull all of these just so that we can clear this fast. I feel like I've been in the zone for a while. Is he doing it again? He is. He wants round 2. He saw me pop my cooldowns. Oh, I don't know if I can get him this time. Maybe? I can. You see that? He tried it round 2. He saw me unleash everything on this trash pack. And then he went for it again. Little did he know. You just can't get away with that. So we need to break some... We need to kill some more mobs. The Trollbanes? Yeah, so I need to kill this guy over here. Like, if you're going for an assassination, at least do it correctly. At least finish the job. Luckily, because I have alchemy, I have a health pot that restores my entire health bar at the moment, so it is a little bit overpowered. But, you know, with war mode on, it's better than getting one shot. I stay loyal to my good old Blanchy? What's a Blanchy? I imagine that's a mount, right? Like, I'll see if I have Blanchy. So I can't quite picture it. Oh yeah, this is the one, yeah, this is the one in Shadowlands where you had to, like, it was the rare horse spawn. As you can see, I never did it. That is a cool mount. I feel like that would really suit, like, a rogue. Like, if you wear the rogue 20th anniversary and you fly around on that, that's aura. That is true vibes. The Grapist Horse. Law don't ban. I didn't know that. I'm not gonna ask questions. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to get demonetized on YouTube. But maybe it's a good thing I don't have that mount. So I don't actually, like, I should know why this guy, he's called Mordun. He's like a ogre, two-headed ogre, Cho'Gall style. I should know why he's angry. But, like, I swear to God, I did this part of the storyline at, like, 12 PM last night. 12 AM last night, I suppose is the real time. I don't know why he's mad. I think he's the leader of the Twilight Cultists. Or, like, not the leader, because they, like, follow Xal'atath. But I think he's, like, he's like the big cheese. Anyway, I think we're gonna go fuck him up now, so it doesn't matter who he is. Who cares? He's dead. Alright, that was weak sauce. He just... that was the weakest Void Bolt I've ever seen in my life.
Foolish Amani, you have already lost. Your city is in ruins. No one is coming to help you. Not even your gods. Xal'atath relishes in your anguish and will exalt us when your empire falls. Don't worry. Your end will come soon.
I mean, I'm gonna say it. Void just looks cool. I think I want to join the Twilight Cultists. Like, if you get a cool, like, the Shadow Priests, you know, when they go Void form, it just looks really cool. If you slap, like, purple effect on anything, it just kind of looks nice. So, I understand why people are joining the Twilight Blade. I get it. Alright, so... I guess we're hunting him down. He basically flexed on us. He was just like, this is a weak attempt at taking me out. I'm just going to go, like, you know, ethereal and then just peace out. Axe over Void Bolt. You say that, but the axe went straight through him. So actually, I think they're both... It was just a very disappointing conflict. My character's just watching from the sideline like, bruh. Bruh, just send Zuin out. I'll finish the job right here, right now. Then we can move on to the next zone. Next part of the story quest in this zone is awesome. It's my favorite zone. Are you playing with sound and cinematic? I am playing with sound and cinematic. Is it quite quiet? I tried to mess around with some settings earlier to try and make the WoW sound a bit louder. So sorry if it is a bit quiet. I can turn it up. Just let me know. So I've turned off, like, I usually listen to Spotify when I play, but Usually my WoW volume's quite low in general anyway, so I've been trying to like turn it up a little bit. I thought it semi-sounded loud, but maybe not. I can turn it up. So just tell me if you want it up or down. Alright, I'm going to take a seat for the meeting so I can read what you guys have been saying, because I've seen a lot of messages. I'm not going to pay attention to the meeting. I'll even turn around just to show them my disapproval.
No time for bearing our tusks. We need a plan.
What are we talking about? We're talking about the delve thing with going in and going out, basically, and if it's bannable. I don't think it'll be bannable, but it will be nerfed. It's one of those things, I think, that if they think it's too, like, cheese, they'll nerf it. But you're not doing anything exploit, right? Like, there've been some pretty big exploits in this game in the past. Like, one of them was, like, the seeds in, like, actual, like, rep exploits and stuff. This is just straight going into an instance, killing some mobs, and then coming back out again. That's hardly, like, bannable. If anything, what they might do is they might, like, reduce the XP for those. I know some people have done it. I'm aware of people doing it. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I think I'll probably end up just doing the delve quests. Like, on my second character, I'll probably end up doing the delve quests, doing some dungeon spam, maybe doing some crafting. Like, I know that you can do some, like, tailoring, blacksmithing, and something else to get some fast levels. I don't know if I'll do that, though. One, because I think that sounds so boring. Like, I'd rather go learn the dungeons. I say learn them on normal mode, lol. I'd rather go do a dungeon and level up, like, maybe an hour slower than run in and out of a delve instance, like, 50 times. That just... I think I'd lose my mind. Times that by, like, 4 other characters. There's no way. There's no way I do that. One level from Professions max? I mean, one level's one level, right? I think what people do is they try to do it at the end. I think, like, with the delve quest as well, I think, like, roughly you're trying to get to around 87 in level, and then you hand in all, like, your delve quest that you do to get the most XP, because XP scales with level. And then I guess you either do, like, a dungeon spam for a little bit, and then maybe some campaign. But basically, there's, like, people are coming up with new tech, like, literally every hour. I'm going to read whatever my guild has posted in announcements when I get to my second character and just do that. I don't have a mind of my own. This is me having a mind of my own. I spend, like, the entire day just doing side quests. I shouldn't be allowed to dictate what I do in this game when I need to level 5 characters. I'm not responsible enough for this. Do I anticipate a tune-up on March 17th? I'm not sure. I think the biggest, like, question mark at the moment is how other specs are doing. Like, for instance, I'm very aware that things like Warlock are really, really strong, right? Like, that's no secret because that's been posted everywhere. But, like, actual sim numbers and stuff, like, it's hard to tell until you see everything in a big picture. I tried to explain it yesterday in the sense of it's one thing to have a tier list of someone saying these are the tiers, and then taking that to heart. It's another thing to see all your, like, sim DPS, what characters actually build and stuff in comparison to each other, that all the actual theory crafters put together. Because that, I think, truly helps make a picture of where the damage is. I think there'll undoubtedly be some nerfs, because I'm pretty sure, like, Warlock is just 2 ahead. But it might be one of those situations where, although some specs are extremely ahead, actually it turns out that a lot of the other specs are actually within margin of each other. And it's more that the top specs just need to be taken down a bit, and the others are fine. Like, right now, I don't think our damage number's too bad, but it's hard to tell, because I don't know what... For instance, I don't know what the damage number theory crafting is right now of Feral Druid, or what it is of... I don't know, Fury Warrior, for instance. Like, where do you actually fit in the table of how much damage you're actually going to do? So, I mean, we could get tuning. But, I imagine, like, unless, like, you're doing extremely awful, like, let's say Arms Warrior, for instance. It's no secret, like, everybody, like, that plays Arms Warrior is, like, not happy. I imagine that's probably what they probably end up doing for, like, their initial tuning buff, would be nerfing the outliers and then buffing, like, the outliers. And then probably their next tuning pass would probably be something around the lines of, okay, let's tweak some stuff here and there. Because you can't go into a raid with one spec doing like 100k more damage than the middle of the pack specs. That's insanity.
Then we must strike them down.
There are no herbs in this area, by the way. I do herb lore. I've been looking out for herbs this entire time, and there's just nothing.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
But if there was a tuning pass, and I was like, if I wanted one thing for Windwalker, I kind of touched on it yesterday. Well, two things. I think if they're doing aura changes, I think just buff Conduit a bit. Because I think Shadowpan's strong. Well, Shadowpan is stronger in Mythic Plus at the moment, and then in single target, the two are kind of even. So I think if they gave Conduit like a bit of a buff to make it stronger in single target, that'd be pretty cool. Because I think I've always thought it's like more suited for raiding anyway. But if I was to change anything, like if I wanted them to like change, I don't know, like an abilities damage and stuff or rebalancing stuff, I think they just need to fix Spinning Crane Kick. I think it's fundamentally wrong to not press your AoE ability in AoE. You know what I mean? Like Fist of Fury, of course, is an AoE ability, but Spinning Crane Kick is like Windwalker's AoE filler ability, right? And it just feels really strange that right now it's so weak that you don't even press it in AoE situations. So if they were able to like do some sort of rebalancing in that, just to make it actually flow into the rotation. Like I don't want them to like nerf Rising Sun Kick like to a degree where you don't want to press it anymore. Because in the War Within, you essentially really didn't press Rising Sun Kick in AoE unless you were trying to get Whirling Dragon Punch or whatnot. Like I like pressing it in AoE. I like the rotation of getting Fist of Fury up. But it feels weird to only be pressing this in AoE, like Rising Sun Kick, Blackout Kick, and just ignoring Spinning Crane Kick unless it procs. Because, like, I don't know if you've seen Spinning Crane Kick damage, but, like, even when it procs, it does no damage. It's, like, it's Garbo. Like, it feels so bad. So if they could, like, reshuffle that a little bit, just to make it a bit, like, you know, actually do something, that'd be cool. And I don't think that would be, like, too hard, because what they've tried to do is they've obviously gone away from Spinning Crane Kick doing a lot of damage in single target, right? It doesn't now. So I don't think if they buffed Spinning Crane Kick, you'd actually end up having more damage in single target. You just give it more AoE strength. And then by buffing Spinning Crane Kick a bit, you can actually open up a few more different builds in AoE, which would be kind of cool. Like, for instance, things like Jade Ignition and Crane Vortex and all this sort of thing. Like, this opens up slight different builds, you know? Like, you can maybe keep Rising Sun Kick, but then have, like, a little bit more power into Spinning Crane Kick. But right now, that's just absolutely pointless to take.
I do not have a target.
Renal delves once, then do random quests, then at 87 to 88 hand delvers call in, and then slam profs is what I'm doing. Okay, that sounds relatively like straightforward. And it's like a good variance of things. So no real dungeon spam then. That's interesting. We delving. Oh my god, I've pissed off the trees. They nerf Conduit's AoE 3 times. They just don't want Conduit to be played. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're doing with Conduit. It's a strange one. It is like, it's weird how they've tackled it. Oh, please don't despawn. Oh my fucking god. This is what I mean. This is like the worst thing in the game. When you go up to a herb and you click it and it despawns as you click it. Like, huh? Why? Yeah, I don't know if it's just that they want Conduit to be, I don't think it's like a thing where they don't want it to be played. Because you can still play it easily in the raid. Like, they're both about on par with each other in the raid, and it's going to come down to the actual fight itself right now without any further tuning, which I think's fine, in a way. Kind of like the War Within Season 3, where you could run either for certain fights. Although Shadowpan tended to be better. But they have just gutted it. They have truly gutted it in AoE. Like, that is true. That is no secret. They've kind of just butchered it. Because in like the last set of tuning that they did a lot of like... They obviously had the 10% damage nerf, which is, you know, lol. But then they nerfed other conduit things. But then with Shadowpan, they compensated Shadowpan a bit more.
is now following.
It just felt weird that they didn't compensate conduit, if that kind of makes sense. Like, they gave like a 10% nerf to all damage, and then they buffed Fist of Fury and stuff, and then they buffed Shadowpan's Fist of Fury a bit more, and then they instead of like balancing conduit a little bit with the 10% nerf, they were like nerf conduit even further. And it was like, huh? But from a single target perspective, if you've nerfed conduit by 10% without giving it anything to like help it out on top of that, and it's still doing the same damage as Shadowpan, I can understand that in the sense of, okay, well, I guess conduit was actually really like quite far ahead to Shadowpan in the raid. So I feel like what they've done is to balance conduit and Shadowpan in single target, they had to sacrifice conduit's AoE, which is kind of weird. I don't necessarily think that's a good thing, but I think that's kind of what they've done. I just think it's very hard for them to, with how they want Windwalker to be played, follow like going around Fist of Fury, and then Fist of Fury, like basically they want AoE to be played with Rising Sun Kick Fist of Fury. They also want single target to be played with Rising Sun Kick Fist of Fury. So that's actually quite hard to balance an AoE and single target, right? Because Fist of Fury is a lot stronger in AoE. So if you try to start meddling with that, with the two hero specs as well, like one always semi-prevails. Oh, we even... So we're almost on loot now that I can equip and actually gives me higher item level, so that's good.
Still, the eagles returning here seems like a good sign.
You might want to start loosing herbing those mobs spawned by the wild herbs. Oh god. Oh, did I not loot them? Are they good? Tell me their corpses are still here. I don't know where I killed them. It was this tree. They're gone. It's over. GG. Alright, I'll note that. Kill the mobs that's... Oh, kill them, then loot them. Alright, noted. I'm not usually a massive fan of, like, troll zones. But this one just hits different. Like, I do actually really like the aesthetic in this place. Like, I never really cared for Zandalar, in BFA. I don't know. I don't know if it's just the color scheme or the fact that it's in a forest, but I do just like this zone. I prefer it to Eversong.
Step closer to ridding Zulaman of the Twilight's blade.
It's now Fothbot. Everything else hits like a noodle. In AoE, yes. In single target, Rising Sun Kick and Fist of Fury can be like relatively close together. Depending on hero talent, but I get what you mean. It is completely like... In AoE situations, you can have Fist of Fury doing easily 50 to 60% of your damage, which does... It does sound a little bit, like, weird. Like, I do always think it's healthier to have, like, a more evenly distributed damage breakdown. What are we doing here? These guys, like... Are they bonding? Okay, I think they're bonding over, like, past trauma. That's good.
As strange as it seems, I see some of myself in your plight.
Yeah, this is what we want. We basically...
Closer to your god.
Our character's goal is to have the trolls and the elves be friends again. So now that they're trauma bonding, this is good, and we're happy about this. Kind of. We're not happy that they had trauma, but we're happy that they're bonding. I mean, just look at this zone. There's like a... I don't know. There's something about this forest. It hits different. Nice zone. The one zone that I'm a little bit like hesitant to go to is Harandar. I've heard a lot of people... I've heard a lot of takes where people are saying Harandar... Oh. Holy shit, we're Assassin's Creed right now. Please land in a... Please land in a haystack. Why did we just leap of faith? And why did I not come back up? Why? Why did I jump?
All this time. You were right here. Why didn't you answer us?
Because of your grandfather, Zuljin, and that snake of a witch doctor, Malakras. Long ago, we Loa would choose a champion among the Amani, a Hashe, to wield our power for the good of their people. Zuljin wanted to use that power again, not to serve his people. We would not grant such a blessing. So he had Malakras steal it from us and make their own false, abhorrent Hashe.
But our own champions raided the temple city and stopped them.
So now all Amani must suffer for my grandfather's mistakes? If you don't help us fight the cult.
You passed my trial, Sujara.
Why does this sound like the
Now you
lower
just need the
storyline from
others
BFA?
Need them for what?
to become the first Hashe in generations.
Like, what? Am I crazy in thinking this sounds like exactly like the Zandalar story, where the father had made like bad deals, and it was up to the daughter to fix everything?
Become Hashe.
This is just troll lore.
And wield the power of the Loa.
The previous generation fucked up. Now it's up to you to save us. Sounds like troll lore.
Talk to me if you have answers I don't know.
Next, you must seek Halasi's blessing. He is hidden.
Alright, so we're basically going to go find all the lowers, I think, and they're all going to bless us. They're essentially exactly like in Zandalar. That's crazy. I suppose BFA is like, what, 8 years ago, so I can forgive and forget. Yeah, what was I saying about Harindar? I was essentially saying, to do with Harindar, I've heard a lot of people saying that basically this was just cut content from the War Within. And this was meant to be a zone that was out in the War Within, and that makes sense, right? Because obviously they introduced that character in the War Within, but they dropped the content, and they basically had to just stick it into this expansion. And I've heard a lot of takes where basically, like, the storyline, they'd basically just replace, like, Black Blood, essentially, with, whatever it is that they're trying to fix over there, or collect. I haven't seen the zone, so I don't know if it's gonna, like, feel a little bit out of place, but I've heard, like, people that have done it say that, like, it's, like, yeah, it feels like a little bit out of place. So hopefully it's not as bad as it sounds. Because so far, this is my favorite zone. And I haven't been to the Eastern Kingdoms yet. This loot sucked. Oh! This loot's good. Right, I see what you mean. I want to harvest them for the moats of the wild map. Right, I get you. Yeah, so do we even go to the Eastern Kingdoms? Eastern Plague Lines line? We don't. Oh. Shows how much I know. Maybe the Void Storm's cool. That's a tiny zone. Ah, well. I think it's peaked. It's peaked in Zandalar. Okay, I do have seeds. I haven't planted any of these before. I forget, like, do they just grow instantly? Okay, that's cool.
You want me to chase that ghost of Aloha when our warriors be disappearing right and left? We'll get your warriors back and find a way to the Temple of Halasi. Raise your weapon. Be weird in myth, Ojara. It be unnatural. And we respect the vile branch.
Just 2 abilities doing our damage. In the War Within, we had like 5 or 6 abilities doing 20% of our dam. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but they have also like pruned a lot, right? Like they've tried to like prune and make everything a little bit more simple. I completely agree that 2 abilities shouldn't do all your damage. But when you think about like all the other things that were actually contributing to our damage, they're kind of gone in like a weird way. Like, what were those things? Well, like Crackling Jade Lightning, right? That was a big one that added to our damage. You also had things like Strike of the Windlord Gale Force that added a bunch to our damage. Storm, Earth, and Fire, like in the breakdown, Storm, Earth, and Fire actually had its own damage, so that added to the damage, right? Now that's just integrated into your own damage with Zenith. So, like, a lot of it's kind of been shifted. I completely agree. I don't think just 2 abilities should make up, like, your entire damage profile. But I think you'll find with, like, a lot of specs, that's kind of the direction they've gone. They've tried to have, like, key abilities that kind of do, like, the majority of your damage. Like, when they prune, essentially, like, a lot of, like, the things that gave you damage, they need to redistribute that back into other things. And they've essentially just redistributed all that into, like, Fist of Fury. And Rising Sun Kick. Like, I think if, like, in AoE, I think our AoE profile will look a lot nicer if they increase the damage of Spinning Crane Kick. So then you'll have, like, 3 abilities, or, like, at least 2, like, 2 to 3 abilities vying for pole position. Like, I think if Fist of Fury lost some of its power, and it went into Spinning Crane Kick, in AoE, our damage profile will look a lot nicer with, like, Fist of Fury, Spinning Crane Kick, like, vying for top. And then Rising Sun Kick wouldn't be, like, too crazy far behind Rushing Wind Kick. And then it starts to look a little bit more balanced. It could be worse, though. We could be warriors, in the sense that a lot of warriors, like, single target damage just comes from melee attacks. Could be worse. I don't think there'd be anything more disappointing than me looking at my damage breakdown and seeing melee as my number 1 or 2. Like, what am I even playing the game for at that point? I do damage by right-clicking. Okie dokie. Okay, it looks like we're entering the crypt. Oh, shit. An ominous mist occludes the vision of all who enter this area. Alright.
Gabool09 is now following.
Sorry for ranting. That's alright, you can rant. I do agree. They did remove a lot of the fun abilities. I do disagree with Storm, Earth, and Fire, though. I think, generally speaking, the removal of Storm, Earth, and Fire for Zenith is actually a good thing, and it plays a lot better. And it is healthier for the spec. Storm, Earth, and Fire just had too many inherent problems with it. Like the big issue with Storm, Earth, Fire is that it didn't do the damage that it portrayed that it did. The clones were buggy, and it was very hard to, like, actually... Like, think about it this way, right? If you give, like, a class a certain amount of damage, it's relying on the clones to play perfectly, and the clones are buggy and don't always do what they're told to do, or don't attack the targets correctly, or don't, like, actually fundamentally, like, copy over damage from pets and whatnot, then suddenly your class is doing less damage than it should be doing, just by having a button that exists. And I mean, it's been around for, like, years, right? Like, Storm, Earth, and Fire was never going to get fixed. I think Zenith is good, because it essentially does the exact same thing. It, like, has an inherent damage buff, so when you press Zenith, so the talent that we take, what's it called? It's called Weapons of the Wind, you do more damage. On top of that, I actually really like... Zenith Stomp. I think it's, like, quite a good way to make it so that there's value to when you actually press this button. It's not just press the button to do more damage, your positioning actually matters. And with Storm, Earth, and Fire, a lot of the time, your positioning actually matters. I know it's not as much, because it's just when you activate the button. But, like, the difference between me popping Zenith, like, as I'm about, like, on the edge of a pack like this, I don't hit this mob over here. So I've actually lost damage. There is, like, value to the positioning of your character when you're activating Zenith. It makes a lot more sense when you're on, like, big trash pools, right? Where you're actually positioned to pop it. Do I want to pop it at a certain time to make sure that I hit everything? Or do I want to pop it, like, when's the best time to pop it, basically? There are, like, some thought process to it. As well as that, all the damage comes from your character model, which makes a big difference. Like, your clones would just stand wherever they wanted. You could position them, sure. But let's say I targeted this mob over here. Maybe they attack from this angle. Maybe they attack from this angle. Suddenly you're pressing Fist of Fury, and one of my clones is shooting over there, not hitting this guy. One of my clones is fucking shooting over here, and not hitting this guy. All the power now comes from my positioning. So, like, I'm not relying on clones to essentially be in a spot where I need them to be. And it genuinely, like, I think it's healthier. I do agree with things like Crackling Jade Lightning. I agree that it was a cool button, but I actually I actually disagree that it was healthy, almost for the same reasons as Storm, Earth, and Fire, right? Not to, like, completely go against, like, what you're saying, but the biggest issue with Crackling Jade Lightning came from Raid. In Mythic Plus, it was fine, and it was a relatively balanced ability. But if you look at the damage breakdown from Maniforge Omega, right, for Windwalker Monk, on boss fights where you casted Crackling Jade Lightning, like, which is almost all of them, but we're talking about, like, big AoE boss fights. Usually on a lot of those fights, Windwalkers almost top the damage meters, if not did top the damage meters, but all your damage came from pressing one button and padding on adds. And padding's not inherently bad, but it's unhealthy in the sense that if you then looked at, like, Windwalker's damage breakdown on the boss, Windwalkers actually tended to be almost at the bottom of all boss-like fights, but they'd still be topping the meters because you were able to cast Crackling Jade Lightning and get the damage on adds. And, like, I don't think pad's necessarily a bad thing, but it's really hard to balance in that way, and it's kind of unhealthy, right? Because if you're, like, you want to bring classes that do good boss damage but also do good add damage, right? And suddenly, like, how do you balance this? How can you, like, let's say Windwalker's doing no boss damage. Well, how can they give us more boss damage if we're already topping the damage meters on certain bosses because of how the fighting counter works? You know? Suddenly we'll just be broken. We'd be turbo broken. And I don't know if there was, like, really a way to balance Crackling Jade Lightning. This is the issue, right? Because when it was too weak, we didn't run it. When it was strong, you ran it for every piece of content, and it carried. It was, like a button that you pressed 4 or 5 times in a boss fight shouldn't be your top damage. Like, if you did Lumathar, Crackling Jade Lightning, top damage, you press it, like, 4 or 5 times. If you do a boss like Soulbinder Naziri, Crackling Jade Lightning, top damage, and it's not even close. Forge Weaver or Raz, like, once again, you wait for the adds to spawn, you Crackling Jade Lightning them, and I think that's pretty hard to balance around. So, although, yes, it's a really fun ability, and I love the ability, and you were, you know, Emperor Palpatining, and it's super satisfying and dopamine hit when you press the button, you nuke all the adds down, and you're, like, the hero. But when, like, you're actually looking at, like, how good is this spec at, like, doing the stuff that it needs to be doing, which is killing bosses, right? Killing the target you need it to kill. Like, because adds are going to die, right? Unless you're in, like, this insane situation where the adds aren't dying, which is very rare. But all they've done is they've moved that power to our main abilities. It's why things like Fist of Fury do more damage now. Because that Crackling Jade Lightning damage that you would have had has been put into that. But Fist of Fury is still really powerful on single target boss fights. So a lot of our AoE damage that would be padding has been transferred into, like, you'll still do decent AoE damage, but that damage can still be done on a single target boss and you'll actually be decent. Like, I don't know if I've made sense of what I'm trying to say, but I do think it is healthier for the spec. Anyway, I'll shut up, there's a cutscene.
Despite Zuljin's betrayal, I silently watched over my wither bark.
Halazi, Zulaman is under attack. I have come here on the path of the Hashi. Give me a trial so that I can win your favor.
Trial? There is no trial.
But we need...
You learned to prowl. You used cunning to see what is hidden. You saved my witherbark children. No trial could earn my favor more. What was hidden has been revealed. There are further trials ahead. May you hear your prey before they hear you.
I low-key want this guy as a mount. It's kind of a cool mount. Alright, so this is the low of the hunt. I'll be dead honest, I zoned out during that. I have no idea what he just told me to do. But I'm under the impression he has given us power to go fight the bad guys. So thank you, Lower of the Hunt. I appreciate your service. Yeah. I shut up to watch the cutscene. I fully zoned out. I just started looking out my window. I'm so fucking terrible at this.
The path of the Hache. My grandmother told tales of the Hache around the fire when I was young. Who are you? The Witherbark know little of Janalai, but the eccentric
I've been frame one skipping every cutscene, not gonna lie.
temple to the east.
I usually do, but because I'm streaming, at the actual, you know, the story, I imagine that, I mean, at least if at least one person actually wants to see what's going on in this story, I think it's kind of worthwhile actually playing the cutscene. But I'm and to be fair, actually, if I wasn't streaming or anything, I would actually be watching the cutscenes as well. I usually skip on like replays and stuff. Usually, like the first time I do watch the cutscenes, I do usually pay attention if I'm interested in it. I just don't know if I could care less what the lore of the hunt's telling me. I'm trying to find this herb and I'm lost. Found it. I've got loads of these shards of Dun-Dun, but I don't know what they do. Offer at an abundant location to be rewarded with unalloyed abundance after the harvest, and you have a weekly max. So I need to try and get this to 8. That's at least for sure. Even if I don't know what I'm doing with them, if I can get it to 8, I've hit my weekly max, and that's probably a good thing. We had so many options, now we just press Fist of Fury and pray. I think a lot of players will think have the same sort of opinions about their about their own respective specs, right? Like I'm sure, like I know you said like mages are overpowered, but I'm sure there's a lot of mages like play mage who are like relatively not happy as well with the sort of pruning mages have got. You know, players that aren't sort of happy with the pruning, you know, warriors have got. You know, I'm sure every spec and the players who have like the same thought. I was trying to look at it positively and see the try to see the positives of it, right? Like there were points during the beta where I was a little bit like worried with the direction. I think it's a really good baseline. If their goal was to prune everything and kind of like almost start from scratch in a way, right? Like they basically were like, we have too many abilities in this game. Everybody has like too much stuff going on. We want to make everything kind of like baseline again and then build on it. And they've done this before. Like they have done this before. I don't think it's a bad like starting place. Like I think there are a lot worse starting places. Like a couple of weeks ago, I would argue that we were in a way worse position, right? There were situations where you were not even pressing Fist of Fury. There was like a 100% like possibility that we were going to play Windwalker where you were cancelling Fist of Fury every time you pressed it, and your entire damage came from Rising Sun Kick, even AoE. Well, not as much in AoE, but like 100% in single. What the fuck is this orb doing? Like in single target, there were like the gameplay was going to be you'd cast Fist of Fury. The moment it does it, like the moment you press it, you cancel it, and that was the entire rotation. And like for Conduit, you didn't even press Fist of Fury unless you were in the Heart of the Jade Serpent window. For Shadowpan, you didn't even press it unless you were on 30 stacks. That was an inherently bad gameplay. Like, I don't mind Fist of Fury being the cornerstone ability, because I think it should be. They've tied in Zenith to it. They've tied in our Apex talent. Like, it feels fundamental. But I don't mind them, like, then... This guy just hit me with Consecration. Are you smacking me? Do it one more time. I actually dare you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get Ring of Peace. like, I completely understand. It feels like a lot has been taken away, and a lot kind of has been taken away. But it is worth, like, trying to, like, look at the, like, the benefits to it as well, or, like, the linings to it. Like, things like I explained with Zenith, right, and Storm Earth and Fire. I do think it is actually, like, there are reasons why I think it is a good thing. And then, like, Crackling Jade Lightning as well, right? Why, like, I do think it's a good thing. It's not like we have lost, like, the super crazy 2-second burst AoE from Crackling Jade Lightning, but that's just been redistributed to our AoE in Fist of Fury, which is throughout an encounter and not, like, every 2 minutes, right? Like, it has been redistributed. It's not like it's just gone. They've tried to put it into something else. But because, like, things have been pruned and stuff, it does look like it's just like okay, it is just Fist of Fury. This is all my damage. But fundamentally, I genuinely think the rotation is quite fun. I think it's a little bit one note in the sense that AoE and single target are the same rotation. I would like that to kind of change a little bit. But fundamentally, like, the rotation's actually quite fun. Like, you're basically playing around having Fist of Fury cast as often as possible, and that sounds a little bit like, oh, that's kind of boring. But it's not, because you're playing, like, almost this minigame where you're using Rising Sun Kick and Rushing Wind Kick and Blackout Kicks to basically reset, like, the cooldown and stuff. I don't know if I'm selling it, but, like, it is a lot more fun to play than I'm maybe selling it to be. It's not just, I press Fist of Fury, I press Rising Sun Kick, and then I'm pressing, well, you know, Tiger Palm Blackout Kick, Tiger Palm Blackout Kick. Like, there is min-max to it, right? Because you want to get as many Fist of Furies out as possible. If you're not playing this, like, mini-game and efficiently using your Rising Sun Kicks and Rushing Wind Kick, you will actually not do as much damage. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not as complicated as trying to get in Gale Force windows and optimizing Crackling Jade Lightning and Slicing Winds. Like, we're not talking like that. It's not the most complex thing in the world. But there is actual thought that still goes into it. And on top of that, Windwalker's just a fun spec in general, right? Like, the freeform flow of it, where you can't press 2 buttons in a row. Like, you're always thinking. Just not as, full, I suppose. One thing I do have questions on is why they nerfed Slicing Winds into Oblivion. That's a strange one. I don't think that was necessary.
I will take the call. My spirit's ready. Let's see what the flames make of my spirit.
It's an exclamation mark giveaway. There's no giveaway. Wait, is this a warrior? I'm sorry, bud. You're on top of the boss I'm trying to kill. I hope he got the kill, but I kind of hope he didn't at the same time, because he's playing warrior. Ooh.
I wonder who the next one will be.
I miss Gale Force. Gale Force windows were fun. True. I think, yeah, Gale Force windows were fun. Maybe not as, like, prominent on Shadowpan, but definitely for Heart of the Jade Serpent. Like, I still think Conduit is relatively difficult to play. Like, even without Gale Force. Like, that is one thing I do like. I think that they've made it so the 2 hero talents are quite, like, varied in their difficulty. I mean, in my opinion, Shadowpan was always the easier of the 2. But in the War Within Season 3, I think Shadowpan was actually relatively difficult still at times because of how you had to do flurry strikes and stuff, right? Like, actually having to guarantee uptime of against all odds and things like that. Like, that was relatively, like, that could be hard to do and learn. Like, in my ideal world, Conduit is always the spec that, or the hero talent that does more damage. And the only reason for that is that it's harder to play. The one thing I'm not a massive fan of is having Shadowpan be better at, like, everything when it's the easy one to play. Because then you go into the mindset of, well, why even bother, like, playing the harder hero talent with Conduit, or learning, like, this harder rotation with Heart of the Jade Serpent and making sure that, like, you get everything done perfectly, when you can, in theory, just play the easier of the 2, which is the same rotation almost, without Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, right? Like, that feels a bit bad. Like, I do think that Conduit should at least be stronger in one form of content, so that if, like, you take the time to learn this harder hero talent and min-max it and get better at it, you should be rewarded. with more damage. That does make sense, and I'm not a massive fan that Conduit is weaker in AoE and on par in single target. I'd rather have Conduit be stronger in one and then mid in the other. Like I think, yeah, I think it should be strong in at least one of the forms, or stronger. Why is this guy just dancing? Where is Janalai? Let's find out where Janalai is. I imagine that's the lower of fucking fire or something. I don't know.
The egg! It is ready! She is reborn!
Zujara, your grandfather betrayed and killed me, upset the cycle, plunged me into eternal darkness.
Forgive us, Janalai.
You have renewed me. Your trial has purified the line of Zul'jin. A new day dawns.
This lowers amount would go hard. I love how all of these lowers are essentially like, yo, your grandfather fucking basically ruined everything. We're pissed at
Dara
you.
is now
Okay, we
following.
forgive you. Here, have our power. Go do good things. I'm pretty sure that is essentially this entire storyline. Lower is mad. Lower forgives. We are powerful. We go defeat Ogre.
Oraka Gokinye. Watch yourself. Don't go far.
Akkozon was right to start you on the path of the Hashay. Your
These guys are
flames
smoking
are
premium grass. Do I think Windwalker's cooked the M+ this season? No.
I have learned much of myself from your trials.
Where are we going today?
It depends what you mean by cooked. Do I think currently Windwalker's going to be in the MDI top comps? No. Do I think Windwalker can be competitive at getting, you know, high keystones done? Absolutely. So can any spec in the game. Like, yeah, I think people get worried too much, from, like, tier lists and stuff. Like, if someone tells you, like, a thing's bad, like, what they are genuinely talking about, like, usually with tier lists, is that that spec isn't, like, the best at the highest of high ends, right? And if you're not playing at the highest of high ends, then it actually doesn't matter. But if you're, like, actually pushing for, you know, 1% Mythic Plus, then yeah, maybe. It won't be the strongest. Like, you're competing with things like Death Knight, right? Which are inherently always going to be better at Mythic Plus with their current kits. Not even damage, right? Just their inherent kits are just so good for that sort of content. Or like Warlocks that are just really strong at the moment. But if you're trying to push, you get your 3k, whatever. Maybe get your, like, you know, 3.5k. It'll be absolutely fine. You can do that with a... I don't know, what's the worst spec in the game right now? Arms Warrior? You can do that with an Arms Warrior. Easy peasy. It would take a bit longer, because you wouldn't get invited to groups. But no, I don't think it's cooked in any sense. Like, Shadow Panda is relatively powerful anyway in AoE.
And they are dead just the same, Jean. Warriors, you are relieved. Go be with your families. We will care for the dead. And I swear if you do something stupid while I go to Nalarak, I'll cut off your head myself. Go on. Xananago.
Are you sure your brother will follow your orders?
Guys, I think we're dooming too much in this chat.
On my life,
I really don't think it's as bad
I will rid
a situation as it's being presented. Oh god, how long is this gonna take? Oh. Oh, it's an instance. I thought it was a dungeon.
Come back.
Oh no, he went into a follower dungeon. What's wrong with follower dungeons? It's me and the boys.
Sit. We will start a ritual, but be ready. This is the lower of war. Whatever he dreams of, we must complete the trial.
No need to prepare those other 3 classes I was talking about. Yeah, I mean that's on the off chance, right? That's because I am playing at like trying to get like higher world ranks, so my guild will play around like certain specs, right? But on top of that, in my mind, most of those specs are just meant to be like fodder. That's on like the off chance that you get absolutely nuked in like the tuning, right? Oh, you are correct. This is not good. Actually, no, this is fine. I'll be able to do this follower dungeon in very quick time. I can't fly in here. I've changed my mind. I'm going to queue up for a normal dungeon. You are correct. Can Monk be top damage in raid, or Lock Mage Hunter will stomp again? I mean, I think currently there are outliers, and Windwalker isn't an outlier spec in terms of damage. But like, it depends what we're asking, right? Can Windwalker top damage in raid? Like, are we talking race to world first? Or are we talking like just any raid? Let's say you're going to raid, right? You're doing your raid. Can you top damage as Windwalker? Sure. If you play better than the classes, like people playing those classes, like a lot of the time it does just come down to player skill. And I don't think we're in a bad enough state where it's like, okay, well, even player skill won't save you from those classes. But until we get like actual simulations and stuff, it's hard. But like, yes, in terms of race to world first, or like actual top player playing a class or a spec, then yeah, we're not as strong as those specs. That is true. Oh, I need to... The Den of Nalarok. Is there anything I can do in the meantime? Because this might take a while. 7 minutes. Oh, I need to keep doing the storyline. Oh, that's annoying that they put a dungeon in the storyline. I'm locked behind how long this queue takes. Okay, in that case, we are going to look for herbs. We are herb farming. GG.
Good to see you again, Grandmaster.
Windwalker damage profile looks favorable for the bosses we've seen, I think, in the raid. Yeah, no, I think like for a lot of the bosses it'll be fine, but there'll be some bosses where Windwalker won't be strong. But it's not just Windwalker that are not going to be strong, right? It's going to be 90% of specs in the game that aren't going to be strong. Right? Like, a great example of this is like the dragon boss, the one that has the 2 dragons that you can't have stacked together. Well, inherently, essentially any melee DPS that cannot hit 2 targets at the same time, which is pretty much all of melee DPS specs, well, you're going to not be as good on that boss fight, right? But even on a boss fight like that, you might like there's a situation, right, where you can't just bring 10 warlocks and 10 orgvokers, right, to this one boss fight because they're going to be like the best on it. I mean, you could, but you aren't going to do that. You will still need to bring like certain other specs. And then like on that boss fight as well, there are trash like ads that spawn every so often, and they like spawn roughly a minute apart from each other, maybe a little bit slightly like shorter or longer. I forget the exact timing of it. Well, if you're bringing like the best specs that do 2 target boss cleave, and they're fully specced into doing this damage, well, you actually then do still need specs that can nuke down ads, like have super good burst damage, right? That still do decent single target, right? You can't just like fully go, okay, we kill the dragons, ads, forget about them, because you will just wipe. Well, surprisingly, Windwalker Shadowpan has some significantly strong like instant burst damage, and it has damage profile of 1 minute, which almost perfectly lines up with when these ads are going to spawn, right? So suddenly, you look at it from that perspective, and Windwalker Monk has a damage profile that fits the role it would need to in that fight, right? I mean, it's like a loose example just to show that it's not all just about Like, some specs are just going to be better at a certain fight, but then they might be weaker at certain things. And if you can't, like, do every aspect of that fight, because you've only fit a comp with a profile that does damage to the bosses, not the ads, well, actually, you will suffer. And that's, like, why I think Windwalker still does have strengths, and it doesn't always come down to what's the best simming spec in the game. A lot of it comes down to the damage profile. Like, my best example of this is, think about Liquid, yeah? Liquid last year took Windwalker to every boss. Was Windwalker the strongest boss on... and Brewmaster wasn't too bad last year, right? Mistweaver was in the dirt. A lot of guilds opted to take Brewmaster instead, Liquid Windwalker. One, because they have the best Windwalkers in the world, obviously, so, you know, that kind of helped. But, Windwalker's damage profile is actually, like, really flexible. And I think damage profile is just as important, right? Like, if you have a boss that really needs 1 minute 30 cooldowns to get full, like, value from damage when you need it, well, taking a lot of 2-minute specs is actually not great, because suddenly you're going to struggle at certain aspects of that boss fight. If you need 1 minute specs, because certain mechanics happen every, like, 1 minute or so, well, suddenly 1 minute 30 specs are actually kind of bad as well, or they can only do certain amounts of it, right? Well, the benefit that Windwalker has right now is it has a damage profile that fits everything. Well, all those, like, situations. Windwalker can go 1 minute. Windwalker can go 1 minute 20 if it wants to. Windwalker can go 1 minute 30. Windwalker can also play 2 minutes. Like, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of different, like, damage profiles that you can have in a raid thing, and that gives a ton of flexibility. So that's, like, the way I'm trying to look at it from, is that, like, you actually can fit a lot of things. And although you might not sim the highest damage, you could easily beat a Warlock if the Warlock cooldowns don't line up for when they need it to. You know what I mean? It might sound a little bit like cope, but I think that's a really, like, that is a way you should try to look at it. Like, damage profiles are so important for fights.
Sit. We will start a ritual.
Alright, I've got a real team this time. I haven't got bots.
Of war. Whatever he dreams of, we must complete the trial.
I agree Windwalker has instant burst, which many classes don't, which is very favorable. Yeah, instant burst is actually really, really good. Like, don't underestimate, like, Zenith Stomp into, like, a Fist of Fury with, like, Tiger Eye Brew stacks on. Like, that damage that you do during that Zenith is actually extremely high. Go, 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 go. Guys, this is worse than the bots. I'm still on the key. Hold up. Maybe I should have done the follower dungeon. Wait a minute. I pressed all my abilities in the wrong order there. Between us, I genuinely thought for a second that I was just playing Shadowpan. And then I looked over and saw that I'm playing Conduit. I was doing. Good ordering. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is it's not like sims do matter, and how much damage your spec does matter in the grand scheme of things. But I'd almost argue damage profiles, if not, are just as important, if not potentially more at times. What are we doing? Why are these bears hitting me? And why are we all at, like, 0 health? So this is the end. It does feel good to be in a dungeon again. I do, like, questing's fine, and questing's fun. But I feel like when you quest, you just press whatever button's up at the time. It feels nice to actually be playing a rotation again. Why are all of our health bars... Oh, we've got curses on us. Do we have anyone that can decurse here? We have... Well, surely healers can decurse, right? We have priest. Oi! Hit me with mass dispel. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Okay, guess not. We're just going and we're raw dogging it on no health. Okay, cool. It dropped off.
Subscribed.
That's really interesting. This dungeon's going to require you to have a way to dispel magic then, especially at the higher level. Because if these things put on... basically reduce your max health curses, you're going to have a decursing spec for this.
I need to target something first.
Not quite sure what specs decurse off the top of my head. I want to say Warlock. It sounds like the sort of spec that, or class that would have a decurse. I know priests have Master Spell. Can all healers remove magic effect? Like single target. I think mages might do. I know mages can remove things from enemies. I mean, I don't know if they still can, but I remember that in last expansion they could remove...
Where are we going today, Grandma?
Like, they had like a purge sort of thing. Like, if an enemy had like a shield on it, they could remove that. Is detail still worth using? It's up to you. I use it because I just like the aesthetic. Although it is just worth being aware that at the moment it can run into like some bugs and stuff. But I think as time goes on, they'll like tidy us up and fix it a bit more. So as you can see right now, the damage at the top is way higher than one at the bottom, because it's looking at my overall damage, but that technically includes all the damage I've done whilst leveling. So right now, if I like want to truly get damage for a dungeon DPS, I needed to reset it before I went in. But just aesthetically, I think it like customization, I'm set in my ways. I'm not removing details, but it can bug out a little bit on like logouts and stuff like that. But generally speaking, it still works fine. Most of the time, I've only encountered like a few bugs here and there. I just like being able to like have all the customization with it. I'm not talking like what it shows you. Like it will still show you the exact same things that the Blizzard details or damage meters show you. But it's more the things like what color, how the names are like, order outlines around everything. Just the frames, things like that. What's the word I'm looking for? The aesthetic. Or like, yeah, it's just the aesthetic I like. Default Blizzard UI is ugly, so I think I'll go back to details. Yeah, just be aware that there are like it's not like completely perfect. There are a couple of bugs here and there with it. But usually if like you get one of those, you can literally just do a reset all data and it will sort itself out. So far, this dungeon is not the most enjoyable one I've done. I don't know if I like the aesthetic. I really liked Murder-O. Murder-O was kind of cool. That's the one that's inside of Silver Moon. I like the Elven architecture, though, so Silver Moon is just a big win anyway. And then on top of that, I like the Sylvanas one. Or I don't even remember what it's called. Windrunner's Sanctum or whatever. Something like that. That was really cool aesthetic. This is just forest, but like not cool forest. I don't really care for this. Alright, so the boss does a frontal, noted. Then he runs off, and he's casting resourcefulness. So it looks like he eats food. I don't know what that does. I need to sort out my big wig bars still. They are a little bit messed up. I was meant to do that yesterday evening. He jumps around a lot. That is annoying. So yeah, if you like see a bunch of bars all over the place, like up here in the middle of my screen, they're not actually meant to be there. It's just my UI reset itself the night before midnight launch. I imagine we need to stand in these boys. Yeah. Ooh, is that poison? It is. So actually, boys, I imagine we need to stand in these. So I imagine if you took Detox in this dungeon, that might be useful. You might not have to if it's just the boss that gives you a poison effect. Other than that, it looks like a relatively chill boss. It looks like he eats food, and he gains different effects from it. I'm not sure if you can force him to eat different food, like, it's position-based, right? Because you have had bosses like that in the past, where you put them, like, he won't do the same one twice, potentially. But, like, if you put him nearby one, he'll go for that one, and then that will make him cast certain abilities. I imagine that's how this boss plays out. Pretty simple, though. A lot of jumping around, though. That is a little bit annoying. Also, thank you for the Prime... Well, not even the Prime. Thank you for the sub kilowatts 75. I really appreciate that. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, with all our cooldowns, I'm going to wait for everything to get grouped up. And this is what I mean by Zenith, right? You want to make sure you stood, like, in a really good position for Zenith. Like, if you're on the outskirts, you're only going to hit a certain amount with your Zenith Stomp. And I'll show you the damage breakdown after this pull. Like Zenith Stomp is a lot of the burst AoE damage, although it won't be like as high as Fist of Fury overall. Like, the burst that you do with Zenith Stomp, it actually matters, so making sure that you hit as many targets as possible with that does matter. Oh, come on. So yeah, you can see Zenith Stomp third highest on my bars. And like, the bigger the trash pack, bigger the Zenith Stomp damage is going to be, right? And that's all your burst AoE. Well, that's a lot of burst AoE that we have on like a full initially. So it does matter, like, positioning for Zenith and when you press it. But you do also have to be careful that you don't pull aggro. It is, because it hits so hard initially, it can be very easy to just instantly pull aggro with it. It appears I have pissed off everything here. See, that probably wasn't the best positioning of Zenith. I probably should have stood a little bit more left, guarantee that I could hit some of those bears in the corner. Question, if we get Rushing Wind Kick, can we Rising Sun Kick right after, or does it fuck up the mastery? You can press it straight afterwards. They do not share mastery with each other. Good question. They both also reset, or have a chance to reset the cooldown of, or reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury, should I say. So they both work independently. I'm pretty sure as well that Rushing Wind Kick also applies
Zoe
Grievous
Mojo
Wound.
just subscribed.
Or Morsel Wound, should I say, that we apply with Rising Sun Kick. I'm a very big fan of Rushing Wind Kick. I wasn't initially, when like I was reading all the abilities that Windwalker was guessing. But like, there's a difference between like reading what abilities you're going to get for an expansion and then actually getting them and playing with them. And it plays really well. It like creates a nice flow for things. One, because we're very Fist of Fury centric at the moment, so having an ability that has no chi cost, does decent damage, and has like no cooldown, like it doesn't have a cooldown anymore, and it resets the cooldown of Fist of Fury, right? Like, that's a very cool ability. So like, what you can do is you can essentially, like, you know, you can only proc it once you get a blackout kick effect. So when my blackout kick button has a yellow glow around it, that's a blackout kick proc. And then there's like a 60% chance that I actually get Rushing Wind Kick, and it basically covers over Rising Sun Kick. So you can no longer press Rising Sun Kick. That button cannot be pressed until you've Rushing Wind Kick. But because they don't share a cooldown with each other, you can essentially go Rushing Wind Kick instantly into a Rising Sun Kick. Rising Sun Kick's off a cooldown. As well as that, because Rushing Wind Kick no longer has a cooldown, like a couple of weeks ago it did, or even last week, I should say, you can go Rushing Wind Kick into a Blackout Kick proc again, get Rushing Wind Kick again, and then instantly Rushing Wind Kick. So like Rushing Wind Kick within 2 GCDs of each other. It just really helps with the flow. I think the fact, if it costs chi, I think people would hate it. But the fact that it's a free button that fits into the rotation and fundamentally does what you want it to do, with helping with Fist of Fury cooldown, it just fits really nicely. Very big fan of the button. So this is like a snow zone, and it's icy, so you're actually sliding. Movement's really bad here. Like, I'm trying to run forward, and it doesn't run you very well. And this looks like it's the boss room, so... This boss is going to be fun. Yeah, I'm sliding all over the place. This is good. I think people are going to hate this boss. I imagine kill the ads. Oh my god, okay. Flying Serpent Kick also suffers from ice. I forgot about that. What do I mean by that? Like, when you, like, the movement that you're going, and then when you try to stop, you still, like, you decelerate, but you still move further. I forget the Flying Serpent Kick isn't just, you can't stop it where you want to stop it. You'll keep going a little bit further. Eternal Winter. Do we stand in this? Yes. Okay. So if you stand in the Snowdrift, you can't be knocked back. So I think in an ideal world, you want the tank to position the boss like next to the ice drift. So if I stand out here, I'm taking a lot of damage from the movement. But right now, I can't really hit the boss. So I think if you position the boss right next to where an ad was, then your melee are gonna love you. So that's interesting. Yeah, this seems like a very like movement boss. With as little like as little movement as possible is what I'm trying to say. So you kill the ads because they're casting, you dodge the cyclones, and then you position the boss next to the corpse of one of these ads. I'll show you what I mean by flying serpent kick. So like flying serpent kick, and I've just gone. You like end up like flying further, and then you drop off by quite a margin. Oh man. Not the worst boss, but I can see that if that's like a 5-minute fight on high mythic difficulty, yeah, that's gonna be that's gonna be something. Thank you as well, Zoe Mojo, for the sub. I really appreciate it. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you very much. Transcendence is your friend? Yeah, Transcendence is my friend there, I think. Which hero talent are we playing this season? As things stand, let's say there's no tuning at all for the rest of the entire expansion, which is, not going to happen. You are playing Shadowpan and Mythic Plus, so not the build I'm currently playing, but I'm leveling at the moment, so I'm just playing whatever. Shadowpan is stronger in Mythic Plus situations, and then in Raid at the moment, it's going to be a pick and mix. They're both relatively equal with each other on damage in the Sims, which is good. That's actually, that's kind of a silver lining, is actually it's not bad having them to be very close with single target to each other. So in Raid at the moment as it stands, it's going to completely depend on damage profiles and when you need damage during a fight. Does the fight really enjoy 1 minute 30 where you can get huge advantage from conduit burst windows, or does it actually favor something like Shadowpan 1 minute burst or Shadowpan 2 minute burst? So that's kind of cool. There are going to be decisions made there.
Code 255 is now following.
So as it stands right now, I wouldn't bet my house on it, but I'd bet my I don't know what I'd bet. What I'm trying to say is that it's not going to be like a one. As it stands right now, you're not just going to play like Shadowpan as you did for like the entirety of the War Within Season 3, or like on pretty much
is now following.
90% of the bosses. Like, if a fight suits Conduit more, Conduit would be better for it, right? Whereas in the War Within Season 3, even if like the fight kind of suited Conduit a bit more, like on paper, Shadowpan was still had more damage in it that it could just, do better on that fight. So that's kind of how the balancing of it's working at the moment.
Silols is now following.
But we don't live in a world where we're not going to get tuning for an entire expansion. So please don't take things like this to heart. Like, for instance, like you could ask me in a week's time and I could be telling you, actually, you know what? They buffed Conduit and you're going to run it for every raid boss fight, Yeah. Ask me again in Heroic Week. Ask me again at the start of Heroic Week, I think.
What took you so long, eh?
What I'd recommend, though, is if you are new to Windwalker, trying to learn both of the hero talents. Even if you're not new to Windwalker, let's say you're old to Windwalker, you're an old dog, old boy. Definitely worth getting your hands and your mind around how both hero talents play at the moment, because right now they're both going to see play. Is this a boss? No, this is not a boss. I was going to pop my cooldowns. Yeah, I was going to pop all my cooldowns, but I realized this is not a boss. Also, we got a 20 stacker Zenith coming. Oh my rod, I'm going to do some huge damage on pull here. I'm going to do despicable damage. We're talking a 40% critical strike chance increase for 20 seconds? For like 20 seconds. I'm going to do nasty things to this bear. Bro, if you're not playing WoW all 24 hours to play, you'll always be behind in some way. I imagine you're talking about like the stream sort of title. Yeah, kind of like a little bit like a, maybe not a joke, but a little bit like sarky. More the fact that like when I look at like everyone else in my guild and stuff, they're all ahead of me. Just kind of a little bit tongue in cheek, you know. Why am I killing this lower? Do I care? No, kill him. Oh my rod. The damage is going to be flowing. I'm doing damage right now. I can't move. Okay, I mean, there's a shield on the map. I have no idea what this boss fight does. There are ghost bears? Am I doing something with these? I don't even know. I guess that's a forced knockback. If I touch these bears, they get mad. Oh, there's no circle on me. Oh, so the circles summon the bears. He's doing Fury of War. What the fuck does this mean? Oh my god, the bears are mad. They're killing people in my backline. Okay. Oh no, they're attacking the NPC. Alright, I'm not being funny. I understood how the other two boss fights worked. This one is going way above my head right now. I could not tell you what the fuck's going on. Lots of green bears. Bears go red. There's a shield over here. I don't know if this is just for the tank. I mean, it makes sense for me to just say spawn green bears on the side, dodge red bears when they're mad. Is it that simple? What is the add-on with the part and target frames? Are you talking about this one, Bram? Like the my health bar, basically, and then the enemy health bar. If so, it's unhalted unit frames. Yeah, basically what Rai said, unhalted unit frames. And if you want the profile that I use, so you want it to look like exactly like this and have the same features, then my profile is in my Discord. But just baseline, like, this is really good. Like, I'd always advise you, like, even if you, like, copy my profiles and stuff, I'd still always advise to, like, mess around with stuff you like. Like, because my UI is going to be, like, catered to what I really like. Like, sure, replicate it, because I think it's a good UI. But it's never harm, like, no harm to ever, like, just mess with stuff and look at all the settings and truly understand what you can actually do and not. Like, for instance, I don't show buffs on my frames. You can show buffs if you want to, like your buffs that you currently have on this frame. Personally, I just don't like doing that. But for instance, I will show debuffs, because trying to look up here for a debuff in the middle of combat, like, I'm never noticing that. Okay, so that was, I think that might be the end of the Zandalar campaign. I'm looking at this. Okay, no, we've got a little section over here. And we haven't fought the big ogre yet, so maybe it's not the end of the Zandalar campaign. How am I still only 6 out of 17 chapters in Midnight, by the way? I'm level 86. I'm never getting maxed. Huh? I gotta do this 4 more times? Huh? That's not humanly possible. Oh god. Overall DPS for dungeon. I mean, this is the overall DPS for the dungeon, but I really wouldn't take this to heart because this is leveling. Like, we all are different levels with different sets of gear.
Sekai is now following.
Do not take the damage that you see in these dungeons to heart. Like, I'd love to be like, yeah, boy, Windwalker's busted. Please don't.
We defeated Nalarak. Now what do we do? Nanea, but I
Killed me? For years, we have dreamed the dream of the dreamer. And now, we have his mercy.
And you have my blessing, cub of the Amani. To the ferocity of your Hashura's loyalty. My strength will be your strength, Zuljara. Now rise and receive my favor.
I do. This is my favorite zone so far, just aesthetically, but I think the story here has been very lazy. Like, this is almost a one-for-one copy of the Zandalar zone story, where you go and basically Talanji's father is a bit of an idiot, made some bad deals, and then you're going around basically getting the favor of all the lowers. Well, what is this story that we've just done? This lady, don't know her name, haven't been paying that much attention. Her grandfather did some bad things to the lowers. Well, what's she got to do? She's got to go get the lowers' forgiveness. You know, it feels almost like a one-for-one copy. Make sure war mode's on. Yeah, I got war mode on. And then yeah, you get warbound XP. Yeah, you're right. It'll be faster for sure. Oh, what did we get? Okay, so we finally got gear that's higher item level. God, it feels bad going from purples to blues.
The wise brewmaster recognizes the importance.
I'm not going to take much to care on this because it's like literally 4 item levels higher. So I'm just going to take whatever for now. Because I've still got like 2 zones to complete. I'll get better gear.
now that I have Nalarak's blessing and burden?
Okay, so that's that story done.
And end Mordoon for good.
We have the Delver's Calls, but I'm not going to do the Delver's Calls. I need to finish the campaign. Like, if I still am not max level after the full campaign, I'll do the Delver Calls. We got a new talent. What we get? Oh, a really interesting one. We get Chi-Ji's Swiftness. Wow. Crazy. I'll play some Shadowpan as well now. I played Conduit for like 2 hours.
Daniel F. Crod 666 is now following.
We'll get Efficient Training. Efficient Training, good. So now my Zenith is 1 minute cooldown. And then we'll take Whirling Steel. And then upgrade our Apex talent as well. I appreciate all the follows, guys. I haven't really, shouted out any of the follows. But yeah, thank you all. I've been listening. Appreciate it. All right, so now we're going to Silvermoon. Are we? Oh no, we're going back to the Amani village. Okay.
Sushara, your brother refused to wait. He took the warriors and
Maybe we're not finished the story here. I thought that was it.
couldn't stop him.
He took them all.
Perhaps we can catch up.
I don't understand. Even with the Loa,
The Loa! The Widowbog come to aid the Amani. The Shadowpine come to aid the Amani.
the Raventusk come to aid the Amani.
The Loa! They're back! All not be lost!
Let us take the fight to the Twilight's blade.
Okay.
The Amani tribes, for Sulaban!
Yeah, okay, no, this does make sense. Okay, so now we're going to go fight the Twilight Blade and probably take out that big old ogre that kind of made us look like chumps at the start of this zone. Any tips for avoiding that dilemma of cancelling Fist of Fury for a kick stop in M+? A dilemma as old as time.
With the blessing of the Loa.
Realistically, there's no like real tip for it, right? Like if you're casting Fist of, like you're not holding Fist of Fury for kicks, right? Like unless it's like a spearhead and strike or something, and you see them casting it, and you have the option to press that before Fist of Fury, then sure. Or performing CC before. But if you're casting Fist of Fury, and 4 mobs start casting, and no one else is interrupting them, you have the option of, you know, losing some damage or having a character get one shot. Like you have to stop characters getting one shot, right? I mean, I think it's like one of the biggest requested things, being able to interrupt during Fist of Fury. It is what it is.
Vengeance for Tanaman. Remind these
But it definitely does feel a bit worse now, seeing as Fist of Fury is like where a majority of our damage comes from. So cancelling Fist of Fury for anything is pretty bad. I definitely recommend, if you don't have macros for channel cancelling and stuff, that you have them.
Spoken like a
Because the last thing you ever want to be doing is cancelling Fist of Fury. So having like macros ingrained into all your abilities that don't allow you to cancel Fist of Fury is pretty important. You can cast during Spinning Crane Kick. They changed this in the War within Season 3, so that's absolutely fine. The only ability you can't cast during Spinning Crane Kick that will cancel it is Fist of Fury. So that is something to take into account, is that you don't want a Fist of Fury during the cast. But if I like Rising Sun Kick or Tiger Palm during Spinning Crane Kick, the damage still goes through. But a lot of like with Fist of Fury doing so much damage, and the last tick of your Fist of Fury doing the most damage, the worst thing you can ever do for your damage, like in like a, let's say you're doing a dungeon, right, and you Fist of Fury 60, 70 times, right, as an example, and each time you cancel your Fist of Fury before its last tick of damage, you've lost a lot of damage throughout your entire dungeon run, and you might not even notice it. So by having like a macro on all your abilities that just doesn't allow you to cancel Fist of Fury, I highly recommend doing. And I have all, if you want those macros, they're in my Discord in the macro section. I also have like a macro YouTube video that has them all there as well. They're really simple to set up. It's like one macro does it all. You just change the name. Like I can show you real quick. So like Whirling Dragon Punch just has this macro in it. It's like a stop cast, no channeling, but allows you to channel during, like press it during Spinning Crane Kick. So it doesn't allow you to press it during Fist of Fury. I can show you here real quick. If I cast Fist of Fury, I'm spamming Rising Sun Kick. You can't see it, but I'm spamming it. It won't go until Fist of Fury finishes. Same for Tiger Palm, Blackout Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch. Like nothing will let me cast during that. And it just guarantees every single time that you 100% always get your Fist of Fury off. Because you can see, like, when you Fist of Fury, the ticks of damage come out one by one. And the last one was 27,000, while all
Slide
my
Switch
others were
just
like 11,
resubscribed for 2
12,000.
months.
So you can see the last one is the biggest tick. So stopping that, or like cancelling it, because like you're playing fast, especially with Conduit, right? If you're playing fast and you're trying to spam buttons, you can end up significantly losing a fair amount of damage throughout an entire dungeon or a raid fight. So highly recommend using those macros.
I'm out of breath.
Hey, thank you, Slidesword, for the second month in a row. Appreciate that. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Story feels great so far. I like the intro to the game. I like the intro to Midnight. I like the story with the Twilight cultists, or the whatever this Twilight faction is. I like this side of the story. As I was saying just now, I think if you didn't play BFA,
I need to target
then you probably won't know the storyline of the Zandalar there, but it feels like they literally just reused the exact same story for this. So that feels a little bit cheap. I'm not saying like it's a bad story. Good enough that they've done it twice. But that feels very like they could have done. Maybe you could have done something a little bit different than, you know, collect all the lowies, got to catch them all. But I'm enjoying this Twilight part of the bit, the one that's followed through from like the first part, and how the Twilight cultists are basically influencing things in this entire region. The Twilight cultists are basically Zandalar's bitches. They're the gooners. So our job is to essentially stop them gooning and take out Zalatar.
Metanoia 0815 is now following.
I see I didn't play BFA. I mean, like even though I played BFA, like it's still it's like a good story. But just because I played it, I'm like, I've seen this one before. But in terms of like zones, I think the art and stuff has just been so good this expansion. I mean, it's good every expansion, so it's like hard to ever say the art in WoW's bad. But this zone in particular, like I'm not a massive fan of troll aesthetic. I didn't like BFA Zandalar. There's something about this darker green forest tone that's like really just hitting the spots that I need it to hit. So this is by far my favorite zone. And I think the hub, Silvermoon itself, is just, it's gorgeous. Like it genuinely just is like a beautiful zone. And I've had people be like, I've seen people be like, oh, you know, well, they just reused all these zones. Like Silvermoon, that's been a city for years. I mean, have you been to old Silvermoon? That place is a shithole. like if you compare this to Thornagle, right? It's nice and day. This is like a real hub. This takes me back to like Valdrakken. Valdrakken was like a really cool hub. It felt like a city. Thornagle never felt like a city. Did you ever leave that little place just like outside of the Delve area? You know, where everybody like stood by with the auction house right next to it? I mean, you know, we've all stood there for hours on end. Like, that was the city. Here, I feel like it just feels like really integrated. Things are spread out. It's not as efficient, sure, but it feels like an actual city, which is kind of good for a main hub. Like, it's just got character. Plus, there are no dwarves. Always a big bonus. We can cast during Spinning Crane Kick now and not lose damage, so I can get rid of my stop macros for Spinning Crane Kick other than Fist of Fury. Yeah, 100%. I have all the updated macros in on my Discord server in the macro one. They changed that at the start of the War Within. Not the start of the War Within, the start of Season 3. The only downside to it now is that you're barely ever pressing Spinning Crane Kick, but it is worth having. Let's say they buff it and you start pressing it a lot more, then there is value there. What are we actually doing here? I feel like I've been here like killing stuff for hours. We're channeling Hala. Okay, so we're destroying a whole bunch of conduits and we're killing some stuff. And I'm meant to be healing people? Oh shit, I've not been healing people. Oh. Okay, I've healed people. Ignore me. I like the whole Paladin thing, specifically coming back to Azeroth instead of just like a random new place. Yeah, I don't mind that they reused the world, right? I don't mind that like these zones have actual zones that have been in the game before. I'd rather that, and they make like good content, even like, and they revamp it obviously. Then they make new zones for the sake of new zones, but they don't really fit into anything. Like personally, I didn't actually like the world of the War Within. I didn't like the underground idea aesthetic. I liked Undermine, mostly because goblins and cars was pretty funny. But like, if I think back to like, where even is Dornagal? Where is this fucking place? Like, if I think of the Ringing Deeps, ugh, that's a horrible zone. Azkahet, it's just a grim little zone. Koresh is garbage. Koresh was like, what are we even doing there? Halithor was alright. Halithor had a nice aesthetic. I don't know, I just like the open world. I haven't been to Haranar yet, though. And I have heard things about Haranar. Not positive things. But I'll make my own judgment on that. Alright, so we have 3 more conduits to get, and then I imagine we get to fight the big bad boy. And then after this, I get to decide, am I going to do Haranar, or am I going to do the Arathor story? I was relatively invested in the Arathor story, so I think I'm going to do Haranar and then finish. Because I've got this concern that Haranar's not going to be that fun. Because I'm never a fan of that sort of like zone anyway, like grassy plants and everything. I'm not a druid, I don't care. But the Paladin, as you said, the Paladin questline, I think it's quite interesting, following his story. Very Anduin-esque.
We need to take the fight to Mordu. Let's go.
Alright, yeah, we are going to fight the big boy now. And we get a trinket. Woohoo!
Great Loa. You helped us get
Alright, we got all the boys here.
but it must be us that end this fight.
Oh, okay. Great. So we gathered all these lower together, and then we just told them that they don't need to take part in this fight. We're going to do it ourselves. Okie dokie. I'm glad we collected you all. Oh, I see. We brought them here so that they could get rid of this wall. I just spent 2 hours so that we could get rid of the void wall. And they fucked off. Nice. Sweet. Oh, he's got quite a bit of health. We have got 20 stacks of Tiger Eye Brew, though, so I'd be worried if I was him.
Die by your hand, mortals. Only a god could slay me. Bring your corpses to Salatab.
Oh my god, there's actual mechanics. And I got hit. Okay. Oh, okay, it's over. Good fight, I guess. So, I hope we haven't defeated the Twilight Cultists. I know that he was kind of like the leader, but I am enjoying their kind of like campaign story. So I do hope we haven't just finished this. I hope that Arathor's story carries this on. I have no idea what we're going to be doing in Haranar. Like, I'm not quite sure how it connects to everything. Because it's not even in this. It's like it's a different zone altogether. It's like somewhere else. It's like I guess we have to portal to it.
Avengers 1 is now following.
Like similar to the Void Storm, right? We're definitely gonna have to like portal to it or something. Is that it? Oh, okay. Oh, I think that's it. I think that is the Twilight Blade story then. From the sounds of it, Liadrin was basically saying, your warriors have finished off the Twilight Blade. Okay. So I wonder what Arathor's story is then. I know he's edgelording right now. He's got this, like, teenage angst to him. getting very, like, iffy with his dad and his mum. I don't know if I'm going to have to play, like, counselor. Hopefully it's a bit more than that. I mean, if I had to guess, the only thing I could possibly think that we're going to do with Arathor is maybe go into the Void Storm. Because I've done Eversong Woods, I was on Zalaman, we're going to do Harandar, and then Arathor has his own campaign
Astrofroze
section.
is now
So I
following.
imagine that has to be Void Storm, right? I couldn't tell you why he's going in there. Who knows? How do you get this mount? To get this mount, you have to complete the Legion Monk story. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing you have to do. Yeah, the entire like story campaign, I'm pretty sure is how you get this mount. I'm under the impression it doesn't take too long. I don't recall because I did it at the time, so I've no idea how long it actually takes to go back and do it. I don't even know how you start the Legion story. I think to start it, you have to get to Legion Dalaran, and then I think an envoy should appear. Like a random panda might just appear out of nowhere and be like, Grandmaster, we need your help. And then you go, okay. And then he'll take you to the Legion version that starts the campaign. And then you play through the campaign. Like, if memory serves, that's how you do it. But that's how you get this. That's how you get this mount. Question: you said before that you were charged to have big Zenith damage. What do you mean? Is it more or less always the same damage? No. So it's a good question. So with Zenith does do like 10% increased damage when you press Zenith, and it does damage Zenith Stomp. But because of our Apex talents, it's called Tiger Eye Brew. And Tiger Eye Brew generates stacks. So naturally, it should sit at 10 stacks. But it can go all the way to 20. And each stack gives you its 2% increased critical strike chance during Zenith. Like the duration of Zenith, you get 2% increased critical strike chance. So at 10 stacks, this is, 20%. And at 20 stacks, this is 40%. So that is quite like a big difference in your crit strike chance. But then at the same time, if you have 1 stack, you're only getting 2% increased. If you have, 5, you're only getting 10%. So there is like a bit, like, there is going to be quite a big variance in, it's not going to be like massive, but there will be variance in how much damage you do during each Zenith based on how many stacks you have. So Conduit's a good example of this. Usually with Conduit, you do your opener with Zenith, and then you send out a Zenith about 20 seconds later. Your first Zenith is going to have 20% crit strike chance, because you sent it out with 10 on pull, because it naturally like resets itself to 10. Then it goes to 0. And then every 6 seconds during combat, you gain a stack. So you gain 2% into 4% into 6% every 6 seconds. However, if you then send out your next Zenith at 20 seconds into combat, you've only gained roughly 3 stacks. So that Zenith that you send out 20 seconds into combat is actually going to be like significantly weaker than your first one. Because the difference is 16% critical strike chance, which doesn't sound like a lot. Like, that does make up a fair bit of damage, right? That is, like, relatively, like, quite a bit. So, your first Zenith is always going to be the strongest. Your second one, if you send it out, like, in your opener, which you usually do after it, is going to be significantly weaker. Pretty much your weakest Zenith of the entire boss fight, or dungeon, usually, if you're back-to-backing them. But then after that, it's roughly like a minute to a minute and a half between every Zenith if you're playing Conduit. So actually, you end up getting 10 stacks of Tiger Eye Brew, plus more, like if you're waiting 1 minute 30 in between them. So then after that, your Zeniths are actually either on par with your first one or stronger than your first one. So that's what I mean by stacking in charges. So it is worth tracking Tiger Eye Brew. And like outside of combat, this resets. So in dungeons, this won't be as much as a problem. I'm under the impression it shouldn't be. If like you're going pack to pack and you leave combat a fair bit, because it should just regenerate back to 10. It's in quotation marks relatively fast. Like you won't always get to 10 before your next trash pack, because it depends on how long you're out of combat. But that's like the general idea, right? So that's how the Apex talent works, and that's how when I talk about like charges and stacking. So that's when I was on that boss and I was like, I'm at 20 stacks. It's because I haven't pressed Zenith in 1 minute of combat. Like I hadn't basically pressed it, so I'd managed to get it to max stacks just because I'm playing. In general situations, you're probably never going to get this to 20. Like if you're doing a raid boss, likelihood of you getting this to 20 stacks, very rare. Unless you're like playing 2 minutes. Because if you're playing 2 minutes, like Shadowpan, let's say you're playing Shadowpan 2 minutes where you send Zenith, or you're playing Conduit 2 minutes where you send Zenith, or just Zenith, a little bit confusing, then you won't get to 20 stacks because it takes you a minute to get to 10 stacks and then 2 minutes to get to 2, but usually you're sending it out before then, right? It sounds a little bit confusing. Hopefully I kind of explained it semi-decently there. But usually you're never getting this to 20. And I don't think we're going to go... Like, I'd be very surprised if you end up, like, playing around this in a way where, like, you have to have a certain amount of stacks to make it useful. Like, generally you don't want to have, like, no stacks. But in your opener, because you've got Lust on yourself, or you usually pop to pot then, it makes sense to back-to-back Zenith, because you're still powerful during Zenith, just not as powerful for your second one that you just sent out 20 seconds later. But then you're not going to be waiting, like, a significant amount of time before sending it. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm only on 9 stacks for whatever reason, but I'm about to hit 2 charges of Zenith. I should wait until this reaches 15 stacks. I don't think that's the sort of gameplay it's going to be. It's just that there will be a bit of variance depending on the time between when you last popped Zenith and didn't pop Zenith. Am I tracking Zenith stacks with Cooldown Manager? I am. It's this little one in the middle of the screen right here. It's got this annoying timer on it, and this timer, like, I'm still trying to work out what it means, like, because I'd like to explain it. In my mind, this timer is like, because it starts at 2 minutes, and then it goes to 51, or 53, whatever, and then it goes back to counting. Out of combat, that makes sense, because out of combat, you should essentially always be at 10, so your stack shouldn't drop off. However, like, in combat, it does the exact same thing. I think it might be counting down. If I had to guess, like, thinking about it right now, it stops at 53, but the cooldown of Zenith gaining a stack is 6.8 seconds right now in my current, like, build that I have. So that sounds like 6.8 seconds. So I think what it's doing is it's counting to 6.8 seconds. Then the game's asking itself, are you in combat? And if you're not in combat, your stacks don't change. Or they go back up to 10. And once you're at 10, it just stays in this, like, never-ending loop. If you're in combat, I think what happens is, well, what will happen is it will go up every 6.8. So when it gets to that number, it will go new stack, new stack. That's what I think this timer is. What makes no sense is why it's counting down from 2 minutes. But just logically, like, trying to work it out right here, 53 lines up with 6.8 seconds. So I understand what it's trying to do. Makes no sense why it's counting down from 2 minutes, though. That is beyond me. What I think it shouldn't be doing is, like, counting up. It should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then reset. But I don't know. This is baseline cooldown manager as well, so it's not like I've got any add-ons influencing this timer. I shouldn't do anyway. This is just what Blizzard have decided this looks like. So I couldn't, like, I don't know why it starts at 2 minutes. Might be able to tweak it with cooldown manager centered, potentially, because I'm also using that. I might have to look into it and see if there's anything I can do with this timer that changes it. It doesn't bother me so much, but it does make it a little bit more difficult to actually see the number underneath, because right underneath this number there's a number 10, which you kind of have to squint a little bit to actually see, like 10 stacks. So maybe there might be a way with that to remove the timer a bit. That's fundamentally how Tiger Eye Brew works, more or less. Thank you very much. I'm in a delve trying it now and totally see what you mean. Yeah. So it is worth wrapping your head around, because that is our Apex talent. And that's the only real part of the Apex talent you need to worry about, or think about, or understand, right? Because the other parts of them are that your critical strike damage is increased by 20%, just natty, so, or during Zenith even. So that's fine. That's not to do with stacks. That's not stack based. And then the third rank one is you have a chance equal to your crit strike to increase the damage of your Fist of Fury by 50% each time it deals damage, and that's also nothing to do with stacks or anything. So like, it's just the rank 1 one that you kind of need to understand, like, what the stacks mean, why is this thing counting down, what are the max stacks, and why is my Zenith doing more damage when I press it sometimes, or sorry, why am I doing more damage when I press Zenith sometimes, and sometimes when I press Zenith I do a lot less. It's fundamentally to do with Tiger Eye Brew. Alright, let's watch this cutscene. Let's celebrate with the trolls. We won. GG. And yes, it is valid for both Shadowpan and Conduit. Both use the Apex talent.
You risked much for us, Sojara, daughter of Sarama. Our sacred bond, so long abused, is restored with the land, with your people.
Your faithfulness, your courage, has brought us all together, young Hashe.
Hashe. But I...
It is so, not by our decree, but by theirs.
I'll be dead real. I zoned out again. I just saw them all like touching each other's shoulders. We won?
Baraka, my friend. Don't go far.
I just completely keep zoning out when these cutscenes go on. Yeah, we won. Good job. Trolls are good.
Then find them.
Hey man, hey Jardis, how you doing? I'm leveling. Is Conduit or Shadowpan better for that? I don't think either of them have like a like better or worse for leveling. I think it's worth playing both of them, because although like leveling is hard to learn rotation, but it's a good way to just get a feel for each of the hero talent, because they do slightly play differently. So I played Conduit for about 2 hours, and now I'm just on Shadowpan just for a little bit of a mix-up. It is worth changing some of your class talents though, for sure. Like for instance, I'm using Jade Walk so I get more movement speed out of combat, Silent Sanctuary so I heal a bit. I'd say the only benefit maybe Shadowpan has is you actually have a decreased cooldown of roll, which is actually kind of nice because I find that I'm always on 0 charges of roll when I'm in questing mode. But I think they're both fine for leveling. I personally prefer Conduit for the sole basis that I'm on war mode, and if I see someone and they start attacking me, Conduit has better like actual just
Flood mode
instant
is now
burst damage to nuke them down before they can kill me, but that's the only reason I'd say Conduit more. So what you want, it's leveling. You'll be absolutely fine. But give them both a whirl. Especially if like you play Shadowpan a lot more and you're not like too confident in Conduit. Well, the best way to learn Conduit, I'm flying the wrong way, I'm meant to go this way, fuck my life. The best the best way to learn Conduit is just by playing it, get a grasp of the Heart of the Jade Serpent. But if you want like more Zeniths more often, because you're doing like lots of like small trash packs throughout the questing, then probably Shadowpan's better because it's more flexible. You basically have cooldowns every 1 minute, whereas Conduit has them every 1 minute 30. But really, it won't make a difference. That will like basically whatever hero talent you choose isn't going to speed up your leveling, right? I think is what I'm trying to say, or slow it down. Like there's no negative impact to it. I just come here to see this guy staring off into the distance. What? Huh? Why?
Always welcome.
He's just like, man, that was a good storyline. Now let me sit here in peace for the rest of the time.
I answer to the light. Let us make haste for the sanctum of light.
something girl boss cutscene.
Report may evoke
Yeah, I
skepticism
mean,
in Lord
I I try to pay attention, and then I start reading chat and seeing what people have messaged, and then by the time I've, like, you know, read, I look back at my screen and the cutscene's over, and I'm like, yes, something to do with Lower, and something to do with the Trolls won, and we're all happy. I get the gist of it. You just need to get the gist of it, you know. Right, so that's 2 parts of the campaign done. We are going to choose... what's it called? We 100% are going to choose Harandar next, because I don't know why, but I just think it's going to be the weaker of the 2 stories, and I'd like to finish strong. Like, just personally, I prefer to, like, get the one that I think is going to be weaker, and then finish off, be like, man, that was a good campaign. Before we do that, though, I need to do some professions, because I've just come back to town, and I think I've picked a bunch of herbs or something. I don't know. You're about to witness someone that doesn't understand professions doing professions. Prepare to be amazed. You are going. If you are a profession person, you're going to be looking like, what the fuck is this guy doing? So, herbalism is what we are going to. Like, I think I have an idea of how these work now. Like, the cauldron is how you get recipes, because I do alchemy, so I'm doing alchemy herbalism. So I grabbed a few recipes.
MFX_X is now following.
And I can make 1 of every potion. That sounds really bad. Oh, that's because I only have 5 of these vials. Okay, yes, we'll get some vials. We'll buy... I don't know, I'm a baller. I get 200. Okay, so we can make a few potions here. I'm just not sure how you make recipes. Wait, no, I just said I know how to make recipes. That's not what I mean. What? Okay. What I mean is I have these orders, and I know I want to be doing these orders, right? And I need to make Flask of Thalassian Resistance and Light's Preservation. But I can't. So if I go into the cauldron... Like, that flask isn't even a real thing, for starters. They've just made this up. So it's not even a recipe I can learn. That's good. GG. And then the potion isn't even there as well. So I can't do these orders. And then I look at the specialization, and I think to myself, what does this even mean? I haven't even unlocked it. Am I bad at this game? And you might be thinking to yourself, yes. And you'd be right. How have I not unlocked this yet? I guess I want to just make potions to get more levels. I think levels are my issue right now. So I'm just going to make these. Because I can make 7 of them. There's a void potion. What does this do? Opens your mind to the touch of the void. Enhances your appearance. That sounds as useless as this one. Do the first craft of each thing to go from 89.3 to 90. First time craft XP scales with leveling. So I'm going to do that on my other characters. On this character, like last night, I did professions because I was trying to like do them. I'm pretty sure I've done first crafts on all of these. Well, at least like 4 of them, 5 of them. Like the majority of these I've done first crafts on. But for my other characters, I'll make sure that I do that. Or for this one as well, actually, what I'll do is I'll leave the first crafts. So I'll create 7 of these. And I don't know if I'm meant to use concentration. I'm not a profession person, but from my understanding, people will always like at the start of the expansion, man, I can't craft you your best slot weapon because I don't have concentration this week. So if I want to craft things later on, can I spend my concentration now? Is it even worth it? I don't know. You can recycle potions though, and I've learned that you want to do this because this gives you the ability to get recipes. So I am learning. So we're going to recycle all 40 of these potions that I made, because then this gives me stabilized derivative. Yep. So that's good. We're getting a lot of this. We like this. Don't use save. You get 5 back per hour. Oh, okay. Oh, holy shit. I thought you were talking about what I'm doing right now, and I was like, it's too late. I was like, hold up, it's too late. I've just recycled all of these. You're talking about concentrate. Okay. So don't use save. You get 5 per hour. That doesn't sound like a lot. That sounds like a... Oh, I can unlock a new specialization. Okay, do we have any big brain alchemists that understand alchemy? What do I do? And is there an option that gives me longer flask times, or is that just naturally an alchemy thing? Do you know, like in other expansions, if you had alchemy, I'm pretty sure you had to go into a profession or a specialization to get like longer flask times. Do I have to go into fluent in flasks? You need the stone? Ah, I have the stone. See? See, look. I do have the stone. So I have used some of my brain power. I've got the Philosopher's Stone. I managed to do that one on my own. Oh, there's a few concentration dumps for the bunnies. You need the stone. It crafts the stone, gets the bonus. Okay, so I didn't use concentration on my stone. So that's not good. I think I'm going to specialize in flasks. Just on the off chance that I need it to get longer flask times. I might regret this. Good luck. So we're going to become fluent in flasks. And I'm going to level this up, I don't know, as many times as I can. 6 times? Good. Cool. Nice. So I get 1 skill while crafting flasks and files. And then I can do some sub stuff. But I've already committed, so... Yep. You can't go wrong with alchemy and raiding. Okay. Okay, cool. That's what I really was worried about. If, like, you end up pressing the wrong one. Because you can't reset it, I don't think. And then I can't learn any... Well, I can't learn any flask recipes because I'm not versatile enough, which is great because I specialized into flasks, so I'm already fucked. That was a good choice on my end. And then I want to make Light's Potential. It's the only one that gives me upgrades, but I don't have enough Tranquil Bloom, so what I'm trying to say here is that we're done with professions now. So yeah, if you want to learn how to do professions, don't watch me. I have no idea what I'm doing. That was a showcase on how professions shouldn't be done. Health pots are most effective. Glass lasts longer. Oh no.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
We need to put a stop to these fights. Agreed. This city's a powder.
Alright, so as I said, we're going to go do Harandar now. And we'll have Oh, it's Arathor, not Aratar. Yikes. We're going to do Harandar now. Okay, so what actually... Because I don't know the concept of why we're going here. I haven't been paying attention. I don't even know if they've told me. So... Light Bloom. Oh, okay, yeah. In the Eversong questline, there was like an area that had lots of light that was glowing. And people were like, oh, shit, this is bad. We don't like this. So we're going to go investigate why this is bad. Yep. Okay. That sounds like a compelling quest line. Let's go do that one. I'm sold. How do we get there?
Haldoran has joined your Haranir friend to aid in ending the threat.
We have to... We have to de-escalate the city's disputes. Yeah, that sounds exactly how I get to Harandar. Sure, why not?
With perseverance, strength.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
Chase your shadows.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently I can rebuff the Doomsayers by just saying that. Oh. That one did not like what I was saying. What we got over here?
For the Sunwell. We cannot survive on just mana biscuits.
You already took our Magister, our knights, our weapons, and now our food?
Alright, so this quest just simply appears to be talking to people, I guess.
We endure. Anu Bala.
I like how I like how the response is say nothing and they're just like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand. Good talk, good talk. I'm just stood there, blankly staring at them in the faces. We gotta release a prisoner?
Warlock, not a cultist. They'll release the Void Wielders.
Okay. I don't quite understand why I'm doing all this. And I pissed them off again. You offered me £1 million to tell you why I just did all of that. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Okay, so now we're going to speak with... Oh, I don't even know how you say that. Orwena? 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 Something like that. And they appear to be over here in Fairbreeze Village. I think I did some quests for them earlier. Is this the village that's covered in light bloom? I mean, it makes sense that it would be. I swear that was more... I swear that's Tranquillian then. Tranquillian? Tranquillian? How much percent do we need from each stat to be good? Mastery, haste, etc. Right now, there's no like actual numbers or anything, and usually for Windwalker, there aren't any set numbers. Like usually, eventually, I can give you like a rough estimate just based on what my sims are telling me are the best secondary, like my stat balance should be. But it's always just like a rough estimate. It's never like a you need this percent, you need this percent. But right now, because we can't even like properly do simulations and stuff, I can't even give you that, unfortunately. All I can tell you is that right now, going into this expansion, our main stats, or main secondaries are haste and crit. We really love haste and crit. Versatility is going to be like the weakest, and mastery is going to be like mid. Mastery is one of those things though where it scales really well, so I really wouldn't be surprised if you end up having to get like a good amount of mastery before the diminishing returns kick in enough that it's not worth getting anymore. The best way I can demonstrate this is you can see like all my stats are more or less about the same raw, like 230, whereas mastery is like 100 above them raw, but it's way above them in percentage, and it's because it scales the best. Like just like raw scaling of how much we get per like each raw input. Is this guy attacking me? Your spells do fucking nothing. Oh, he did turn around. I don't think he meant to hit me. I'll let him off. Just on the... I don't think he meant to do that. He looked very embarrassed. He was like, oh shit, no. He's like, no, please. I didn't mean to cleave. Yeah, so what I think is going to happen is like the sims are going to pretty much... The sims are going to be like haste and crit. Yum. Get as much of that as you can. But I highly... Like, I wouldn't be surprised if initially they're like, oh, we'd love you to get like this amount of mastery to reach this percentage. And then once you've reached this percentage, it'll be like, okay, that's enough mastery. The diminishing returns are too much for the value that you get. What those numbers are, though, it's too hard to say without sims and stuff. Does that kind of make sense? Then, like, even though versatility is like the lowest, like stat weight that's like usually like wanted at the moment, versatility is never actually that bad. Because versatility just gives you more survivability. So like what happened at the end of like last expansion is that you reach certain, like, it won't be quite the same because it's harder at the start of an expansion to reach numbers where the sims are like, you have too much of that. It's never like awful to have like a certain amount of versatility, because versatility gives you damage reduction. And if there's one thing that Windwalkers lack quite a bit of, it's damage reduction. So you might end up like seeing certain players that like are pushing higher Mythic Plus and stuff having more versatility than you think that they like should. And it's usually for the sole reason that if it can help them survive and it's like a very minimal damage loss, they're likely gonna take it. Oh my god, this is the first time I've found knowledge. Oh, I feel like this zone's going to be really good for Herblore. This is the Herblore zone. But yeah, haste crit are going to be our best secondary stats this expansion, as things stand. Which are still good secondary stats. Haste is always a good one to have because it always just scales nicely. It always feels good to get haste up because it just means, you know, faster channeled abilities faster regen on energy, so you feel like you're playing faster. Which I suppose you technically are. And then crit's also a good one to have because it's just a good stat. It's just, you know, more chance to deal more damage. Mastery, like last season or last expansion, it was haste mastery. And mastery was good as well because our mastery is decent. It increases our damage. The worst one we ever had, I think, was crit burst because you don't really want burst being your main, like, secondary stat. Because although, yes, more damage reduction and more damage dealt, your spec ends up feeling really slow. Like, if you don't have haste as a main secondary stat, you find that your spec feels, like, quite sluggish to play. So it's a good thing that we have haste. It's a good thing that they changed Windwalker and the War Within, and they stuck with it. So I don't think anyone enjoys feeling, like, slow and sluggish. Like, you'll naturally feel slow and sluggish anyway at the start of this expansion. Like, you won't whilst you're leveling, but once you reach max level, everything's going to feel slower just naturally because you've lost the value of your secondary stats. Like, every time I gain a level, my haste percentage goes down. So, if you're playing leveling, like, or if you have played leveling and you're like, why do I feel like I'm getting, like, slower and things are taking longer for me to channel and my abilities are taking long to come off, and everything just like feels like really slow. Why is my energy like not coming back fast? It's just natural. Start of the expansion. That's just how it works. And we're still not quite there on item level for upgrades. Like, I think we have one piece of gear we can technically upgrade, but it's a necklace, and I'm not too bothered about it.
Skin is tingling. What is this?
Alm dust, remnants of the goddess's will given form. It empowers our magics and allows us to walk between worlds.
For Silver Moon.
Stance is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Stance. Appreciate it. I'm just quickly going to get some water. Let me park up my character somewhere where someone's not going to one-shot me. I'll just be a few minutes. I'm just going to get something to drink. It won't be long. Where's our beautiful streamer's face today? No face cam today. I was messing with some other OBS features. My goal for today was to make sure that the stream didn't crash, so I wanted as little on the screen as possible. I wanted chat, obviously, there. But because I'm trying to make the YouTube stream quality like as high as possible without my computer killing itself, I'm trying to run it with as little as possible. And I'm pretty sure YouTube looks a lot better now. Because I use YouTube as well for footage, I've fallen off. So I'll have camera back on tomorrow, just not today. The good news is the stream hasn't crashed, so this is good. Yeah, I'll just be a couple of minutes grabbing some water. Hello. Some much needed hydration. Alright, so what we're doing here, we're trying to assemble a council. Like, council assembles? Sure. I'm also trying to pick up all of these, I guess magnifying glasses. They're spread out across the map. Because from my understanding, there is a slight rep farm that you want to do. We're not talking like massive, but there is some like decent gear that you can get from the reps. Like, we're not talking like level 25 renown or anything. I think it's like in the like, I think 8 is the max or something, just to be able to buy certain gear. That's going to be good for pre-raid. So I do want to try and get as much rep as possible from any source I can. So these are the characters that came in the War Within, right? Like, this character was first introduced in the War Within in Anchor in the Spider Zone, can't remember its name, and then she disappeared. I'm pretty sure we didn't see her again. So
I came here to speak.
I guess they're trying to carry on the story.
But if violence is your intent,
Respect. You threw that away long ago, Ordwena.
How many of our secret traditions have you broken, child?
The wise monk.
Inviting those outsiders here, profaning this sacred place with their presence.
they hear the goddess's song as we do. They fight to save her. Is that not?
The lazy yak.
Shut up, Banlu.
Do nothing but
You just
scoff
hear
your
Banlu in the
slaves
background of
and
this
then
cutscene
forbid
talking
them.
about lazy yaks. My immersion, dude.
Goddess?
Clearly, the hand of Anhara is upon you, child. But with it comes hubris, recklessness. Your pride endangers everything we've built here.
I hear her voice. Should I not follow wherever it leads?
Not if it leads you from us.
Okay, so I did actually pay attention to that cutscene. So I'm interested in what this story actually is, because I don't really know how Harandar fits into everything. TLDR,
Forgotten the value of tradition, Orwin.
they're a bad Harandar,
Den of echoes.
and they're a good Harandar.
Of what it means to be
And it's our job to beat the bad ones. That is all. That's what I took away. I did watch it as well. It looks like there's some bad boys who don't wear shirts, and yep, that is my takeaway. I said I probably wouldn't like this zone, but this is nice. I think it's the purple color. The purple color is just doing it for me. This is not what I expected. I expected like kind of horrible grassland. I don't mind it. I actually think it's quite a nice zone. Isn't this a character from the War Within? Yeah, exactly. So what I've heard, I heard in the grapevine is that this zone was meant to be in the War Within. This was meant to be a War Within zone, and the story was meant to continue here. But it got scrapped at some point. Like, I think the idea, or the... I'm trying to find this plant, and it doesn't exist, by the way. I think what happened, or what people speculate happened, is that the War Within was obviously being made... Like, they make expansions well in advance, right? Like, they're already working on the last one, the last Titan, or whatever. I'm just going to ignore that plant. Fuck it. But then they decided to like make the World Soul Saga or something, or like actually like make it into like an actual like saga series. And so they had to make changes with like what they were adding and what they weren't. And so this zone was initially going to be part of that story, but then they scrapped it for Koresh, or like Koresh, or potentially like something to do with like Koresh. Koresh is basically used instead. And so now they've added this zone into this one to obviously continue the story that they started, because they created the zone for the War Within. And this zone, what you were meant to do here, from my understanding, is Black Blood. So Blackblood was the whole thing in Undermine. Like Blackblood was like the whole story, and that was the bad stuff, and that was what Galliwix was trying to collect and whatnot.
I must get closer.
I'm gonna steal this guy's plant. I will kill you if you touch me again. Yoink. I'm gonna kill him anyway. Oh, no, you don't.
I'm out of range. I must get closer.
Ring of peace. Oh, it's a 2v1. I like my odds. In fact, I love my odds. So yeah, this was meant to be like the Blackblood story and basically like maybe the source of where the Blackblood is. I haven't read like too much into it, that's my understanding. Oh, you can't just respawn and fight again. So what they've done instead now is they've created this thing called Living Bloom to try and fit this into the story. So I've heard people say that it feels like out of place. Can you stop jumping around? I don't have the movement to catch this dragon. Ah, I don't have the movement for this. You better back off. So yeah, that's why I've heard like people not like necessarily thinking this fits into it. I haven't played it myself, so I don't know how this fits into things. But that's the underlying like reason why this is in this expansion, not the War Within, and things have been changed basically to make it fit. How true that is, you know, I guess is speculation. But it makes sense, right? Why was the character introduced? It made sense that we were going to go see the Harandar and the War Within, and then the story was just completely dropped. And now they've picked it back up again, but it's a completely different theme. So, now, does that make this a bad story? I don't know. Potentially it fits in fine, and people are overreacting, but I have to play it to know. But from my understanding so far, we're trying to work out what the Life Bloom is. Light Bloom? Not Life Bloom. Light Bloom. We're trying to work it out, like, what it is, what its sources are, I think, why it's bad. And then at the same time, it seems like we've got some bad Harandar that don't wear t-shirts. And our job is to beat them up and probably just make it so that Owenya is the leader or in charge. I don't know. It's the usual Warcraft story, right? We're the good guys, they're the bad guys, beat him. But wait, this is Freya. Like, actual Freya? Oh, fuck me, it's actual Freya. Oh. No. That thing one-shot me.
Hiding was not our only talent. What?
That's the Titan from... that's one of the Titans. The one... Oh, I don't know what their actual... They're the nature Titan. I know that. Oh, you hide in the bushes. That does make sense. The strategy of click, see how much health they have. Right, that makes sense why there are bushes there now. So now it's made me a feral druid. Do I have my actual abilities? I don't. What is this? I'm not even joking. From what I've heard, this is probably what feral druid damage actually is.
Galanek is now following.
Unironically, this is feral druid damage in the new expansion. This is bad. Oh yeah. Yeah. One mob at a time. Man, we're winning. Yeah. Oh. I thought that was Freya again. It's a tree. Everybody chill. The shade on kitty cats. I mean, I'm gonna find out myself. I have a feral druid that I'm gonna play as well. More than likely just fodder for splits. But I'll see for myself what feral druids actually do. But if you're like not a fan of Windwalker pruning, I've heard that feral druids are like super unhappy with what they did to feral druid. I'll let you in on a secret though. I'm kind of happy with what they did to feral druid. Mostly because I'm like, I'm not a bad Feral Druid. I'm obviously a better Windwalker. But Feral Druid had a lot of snapshotting with bleeds. And they're like debuffs they put on targets. Snapshotting is basically the concept of where you've buffed your character with like a certain ability or whatnot, and then you put a dot on another character, like an enemy, and it has increased damage, right? So like your normal bleed or whatever will do a certain amount, so you want to like snapshot it by giving yourself the buff and then applying that buff, like even overlapping like your previous buff that you have on it, if it's a stronger bleed, and then not overwriting that bleed to make sure that you have that on as long as possible. That's a general idea of snapshotting, probably explained really, really poorly. I'm pretty sure they removed all of that. So, like, there was a lot like of min-maxing with Feral Druid to a degree, of like, when do I overwrite a bleed buff? When do I not want to send a bleed buff? And so they simplified that to make it so that you don't have to do all of that weird shit. I don't mind that too much, because that sounds tedious as fuck. But if you're a Feral Druid main that's been playing Feral Druid for 5 years and you're really good at doing that, and then that's taken away, and now anybody, even me, can play Feral Druid and do it well because you don't have to do that, and there's no skill expression with like making sure your bleeds are as strong as possible, I can see why they'd be mad. So like from that perspective, like it's not just it's not just Windwalker that's proving, like every spec is gonna have these things that they're thinking to themselves, man, I can't believe that they took that away from us. So that's what I mean when I say it's like not all that bad. Like every single class, every single spec is in that situation where if you've played the spec for like a really long time and you've learned the intricacies of certain things, and then you've lost those, and you feel like you're like kind of like, oh my god, they've taken away the skill expression of this. Just know it's not just your class, not just your spec. Like every class has had something that has like potentially been taken away. In that sort of form. But in general, I've heard that Feral Druids are not happy with their damage, so we'll have to see how that turns out. What are we doing? Okay, we can mount up again. We're no longer in the Shadow Realm. The Freyaverse. I was an Athlu Lock in Wrath. I understand snapshotting. I think Windwalker also has snapshotting. Or we did, anyway. You could, like, snapshot... I don't know if Zenith still works with it. I know, like... There were, like, certain situations where you wanted to, or you could send out, like, a Fist of Fury or something at the last second of a buff, and then your Fist of Fury would do the entire damage, because it's a channeled ability, right? I'm not sure if that quite works with Zenith. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. Snapshotter.
Found ourselves in Haranda, but that is a deeper, more dangerous. One trial yet remains. Haggai's waiting.
What do I think about Gnome Race for Windwalker? I think it's a fine race. I think what do gnomes even give you? They have Escape Artist, don't they? What does Escape Artist even do? Like, can it remove you from... Like, what does it actually remove? So I've never played Gnome. Like, I think in general, all races are pretty much on par with each other. Like, obviously, some races are a little bit stronger than others, but it's probably not, like, worth race changing. Like, Windwalker's never had it where it's like, one race is so insanely better than the others that you need to race change it, otherwise you're trolling. Do I need to do this, Delve? Okay, I do. It frees you from roots. Yeah, I thought it was something along those lines, which I think is, like, fine. I think if you actually want, like, I'm not saying that, what's it called? Escape Artist is bad. But if you want, like, a truly impactful defensive sort of, race, that does that but better, you want to go Dwarf. The reason Dwarf is so good is because it removes bleed, you know? It removes debuffs on you. Like, there's like a list of like 10 different debuffs or something that it removes. And with the removal of diffuse magic, we can no longer remove debuffs from ourselves. Well, we can, but you have to take a talent that's really not worth taking compared to other talents. So in almost every situation, you're not taking the diffuse magic node that goes on Fortifying Brew. One, because you don't want to use Fortifying Brew to remove a magic debuff. So Dwarf can do that, and it's on a relatively short cooldown. So I recommend Dwarf if you're looking for like a racial that's beneficial like that. And then a lot of people are also playing Night Elf. The reason Night Elf's really good is because it has the racial. I've forgotten the name. I should know. Everyone knows this name. Holy shit! What? Yeah, Shadow Meld. Oh my god, I can't believe the name lost me. And the reason Shadow Meld's so overpowered is because it loses you aggro. And it's not just aggro in the sense of things are targeting me with melee attacks. Oh shit, I need to drop aggro. There's a lot of casts in this game, especially like if you see high-end Mythic Plus, if you ever watch the MDI, almost like 90% of the time they're running Nelf on any spec, any class really that can go Night Elf, they usually run it. And it's because it can drop aggro. But this means it can drop things casting spells. So let's say a mob's casting like a big AoE mechanic on you. Shadow Meld can make that boss essentially stop casting that. And a lot of the time you can like negate mechanics with it. And sometimes like a boss will then retarget someone else with Shadow with a target instead. So let's say it's casting a big AoE on you, you Shadow Meld, it will target someone else. If it targets someone else and they also have Shadow Meld and they cast Shadow Meld, a lot of the time like you run into these situations where like you can double Shadow Meld and then the boss just basically forgets that it's casting anything and moves on, and you can like genuinely negate tons of mechanics with this. You can do skips with Shadow Meld. Like if you're a tank, for instance, you can run like an entire trash pack to one side, leap over back to your other teammates and press Shadow Meld and do skips. So a lot of people play Night Elf. Personally, I don't play either. I play Void Elf because I like Spatial Rift. And I like the Racial, which is where every minute you do increased damage. You do bonus damage every minute. I think that's good enough. Pretty decent for. I think that's going to be pretty decent for Shadowpan as well. If you play Shadowpan with 1 minute cooldowns, well, those line up essentially with, you know, your 1 minute buff that you get. As well as that, Spatial Rift is actually quite strong. I know that we have Transcendence, so you can argue, hey man, why don't you just press Transcendence if you want to get over something? But sometimes you have to do like multiple things, right? Sometimes Transcendence can be useful, but then there's another moment where within that 45 seconds you need some sort of movement to get over something. Like Spatial Rift like just has a lot of uses to it that Transcendence can't. Like Transcendence has to be pre-placed, right? So to truly get value from Transcendence, you have to know that thing's coming in and you have to have placed accordingly before it comes in. Sometimes that can't always be the situation. And it makes more sense to just be able to instantly teleport somewhere. So that's why I really like Void Elf. But you really don't have to min-max, like, you don't have to min-max races and stuff unless, like, you're doing insane content. But generally, Nelf, Dwarf being regarded as the pretty strong ones for this tier, and it comes down to their defensive utility. They've just got really good defensive utility. Because Shadow Meld is, in theory, a defensive, right? Removing all threat from yourself, avoiding mechanics, is pretty good. You usually can't Shadow Meld in a raid though, or raid mechanics. From my end, I'm pretty sure you can't, like, let's say a boss is casting its fucking impending doom on you in a raid and counter and you Shadow Meld. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure it's more of a dungeon thing. But the Dwarf one's really good because just being able to like remove bleeds, remove magic effects is always just valuable. It's why Diffuse Magic was so good. Because although Diffuse Magic didn't always reflect things, it did remove them. Well, it removed most things. Very, very inconsistent ability. Shadow Meld plus Borealis bless combo. What's Borealis? I mean, I know what Borealis is. What's their racial? Have I dropped 4 set and Reshi routes? No, not yet. Mostly just because my gear's not. I haven't got drops that are high enough to replace anything with. I'm only 86, about to hit 87, so I'm not too surprised that my gear's not like too like I'm not getting too good drops yet. But the moment my gear starts to be higher than the item level I currently have, I will. Like, the set pieces don't even work anymore, right? So they're just stat sticks. And the rescue, I mean, to be fair, the rescue wraps are quite good, and I've heard people say that they're it's actually not that bad. It does a decent amount of damage, even with higher item level gear. But I think I'm probably going to drop it anyway, because, I mean, you will eventually. So might as well just drop it early. See what damage I actually do. See how hard the wraps have been carrying me.
Following.
Oh, Borealis Harbor. Oh, okay, so I didn't know what you were talking about. I wasn't sure if you were talking about Borealis or if you were talking about the, that race itself. But then that wouldn't make sense. How can you have two racials? Yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah, sometimes Night Elf, like, sometimes skipping is, like, really good in a season, and sometimes it isn't. Like, the War Within Season 1, skipping was insane. Like, there were so many dungeons that you could get value from skipping. And then I feel like Season 3 didn't have too many skips. Like, it wasn't as, like, useful. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still useful to, you know, negate mechanics, sure. But there was just something about, like, the Season 1, you could, like, almost every dungeon had, like, multiple skips you could do. And if you didn't have a Night Elf tank, you would really struggle to time keys. Long time enjoyer of your content, keep it up, working right now, so no leveling for me. Gotta go. Hope to see new theory crafting from you. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I do plan to get some content out. Not quite theory crafting. I use other people's theory crafting because I don't theory craft. I just convey the information that they theory craft. I always try to give props to where I get my information. It's always Peak at Serenity, right? The people that are at Peak of Serenity. What is this? Oh, someone died here. Rip Bozo. You can meld the cast in Borealis. Yeah, I think, like, one of the funniest ones was, I'm pretty sure that in Necrotic Wake, so that's the dungeon where you fight all the plague dudes, and then you fly up to the tower at the end boss. You have the end boss is kind of at the top of the crypt, or the necropolis. And you could, shadow meld the port that it did. I'm pretty sure that's the ability you could do. It was like a really important ability to, like, not get hit by, like at high end plus, like this thing nuked you down, or it was the one that ported you down the platform, so you lost damage because you had a player down. And it would target one player, and they'd shadow meld it, and it would target another player, and they'd shadow meld it, and then it wouldn't cast it again. And they, like, were just able to completely negate a really important, like, boss ability. It's just things like that, like shadow meld's so useful. In the last expansion, in the what's it called? Like, dark. It's the tunnel dungeon with the kobolds. Tunnel dungeon with kobolds. Darkflame Cleft. In Darkflame Cleft, there was a really funny one with the last boss as well, with Shadow Meld, where it would target players with, like, this massive purple AoE circle. And this thing, like, absolutely nuked people, and if it was on top of, like, your safe zone, you essentially lost lots of its sanity, and you had to keep the safe zone up. So you had to move out, but you took a lot of damage from this. Like, at high keystone levels, this thing, like, practically one-shot you without a defensive. Even with a defensive, it hurt, like, a mother trucker. So at the high level, in, like, the MDI and stuff, they got that mechanic. They'd shadow meld it. And the visual was still there, but the ability wouldn't go off. And they'd just stand inside of the light circle. And it looked like they were going to wipe the group. And then the ability just wouldn't trigger. It's just things like that, right? Like, it is a crazy racial. I know they tried to make it so that everybody can do it. In the sense that they gave us a pot in the War Within that allowed everybody... How do I get out of here? I'm trapped. It's over. Soft lock my... Oh, there's a path up here. They tried to make a potion to like replicate it because they like I think Blizzard knew how understand how powerful it is. But I'm pretty sure no one ran this potion because you had to give up your combat potion, and like ain't nobody giving up their combat potion to
OBB, the
go
knob is
invisible
now
for a
following.
second. I like at the high end they'd just rather play Night Elf. So I don't know if that like ever got play. It's a cool idea though.
The Zerasha spoke of a great tragedy and shame. I have seen nothing to shame us.
You have not yet seen the journey to its end. Alhara's song was just an echo. The goddess was gone when they arrived. Without her, the land was falling apart. After all the trials and journeys,
Oh, is it much further, Grandmaster?
Anlu, please.
We found discord and death. We blamed the missing goddess. We blamed the land. We blamed each other. The goddess's absence was not a tragedy, but a trial. One, we failed. When at last we found our way, the elders feared what would happen if we returned to the surface. So, they forbade it. But we can't stay hidden forever.
So
Farewell.
they lost their goddess.
Welcome to Hamara.
People weren't happy about it.
Yes, yes.
Some people kicked off. Some people were like, dudes, chill, it's not that bad. Then they realized it wasn't that bad.
Come below when you are
But the bad guys still decided it was bad. Also, another reason that I think the biggest, I forgot to say, the biggest like thing that gives away that this was cut content from the War Within is that it's underground. Like I'm pretty sure this isn't a skybox. Or they it looks like they've tried to make it a skybox, but this zone, I'm pretty sure, is like underground. Like it's meant to be like an underground zone. So that's why you portal to it. So I think you were meant to go into it from like obviously the War Within. I don't know how you'd get to it. So this is we're not on the surface of the world. It looks like we are, but I don't think we are. I think this is like underground. You went Drakthea effect for stuns. Yeah, Drakthea was really good. I'm pretty sure Drakthea was so good that they nerfed it, didn't they? I know they nerfed something to do.
Chess Wonders
Is
is
it
now
Wing
following.
Buffet, or was Wing Buffet the Evoker one? I know that they definitely nerfed some part of the CC, because like Org Evokers especially, I remember when they came out and they were absolutely busted with the CC that they had, especially if you went Drakthea, and they had to like nerf some of the CC that the race gave you. Yeah, like every race has their pro and cons of what's valuable and whatnot. Depends what you're doing. I think the only race that we'll say is unequivocally bad to play is Vulpera, and I can say this because I played it for an entire expansion. Fucking sucks. Like if we're talking just straight, like what does it actually do for you? Horrendous, right? Bag of tricks. Awful was a flipping terrible racial, right? Like it does 0 damage. It's really awkward to put into your rotation. And then the actual like you can teleport back to your position, I guess. That was kind of cool. Like, Volpera are pretty rough. Like, in terms of, like, damage and stuff, there's, like, very, like, low variance between all of them. So you can just play whatever you want. A lot of people opt to go for things like Magheart Orc, because it has, or Troll. Troll's another good one. Because they have actual buttons that you press, like racial buttons, that give you a buff on demand. And buffs on demand are always good. Just like that, like, although the Void Elf racial is good, every minute it gives you a buff. If you aren't sending out cooldowns on top of it, then it's kind of weak. So being able to actively choose when you send it out is pretty popular amongst players. I'd say Troll's probably better at the moment, because haste is so valued. But very minimal. I think Mechanome was really good as well at the start of last expansion for a lot of people. I don't know if it still scales as well, but it gives you, like, primary stats, like, that increases, or it definitely did. It gave you, like, increasing primary stat. That was pretty strong.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
What I'm trying to say is, like, until the Sims, like, come out, choosing, like, I wouldn't really worry. Like, unless there's, like, an absolute insane outlier of a race, you probably should never be advised on what race to pick, like, for power. Play what you want. But play Void Elf because it's cool. Gives you a camp, you can farm your mounts. Yeah, see, exactly. This is what I mean, though. Like, every player does, like, different sort of things, right? Like, for me, I don't farm mount. I use that so I could get to raid faster, you know? But then I thought to myself, I'd rather have something that gives me a bit more damage. An actual utility in a raid setting. And being able to port myself on command with Spatial Rift, pretty useful. Some players do a lot of Mythic Plus, so to them, it makes sense to actually have Shadow Meld. Some players don't like having debuffs on them, so it makes sense to go Dwarf. Some crazy people like to port around the world with, like, Dark Iron Dwarves. You know, everybody's different sort of content, so... That's why, like, I don't think it's ever worth really,
just gifted 2 subs.
Like, telling someone to go a certain race. But it is worth highlighting, like, how races are different, like, how the races are different and where you can get benefits for them, right? So that is always worth a discussion. So that's what I've been trying to do, like, talking about, like, how you can get value from each one. But I'd never, like, be like, you need to play this unless it was unfathomably broken, but in which case you would be told by everyone to play it. So, like, although I do like a lot of Mythic Plus, I still don't switch to Night Elf. I've been asked, like, a lot, like, why don't you play Night Elf, you know? Like, it makes sense to go Night Elf because you do Mythic Plus a lot of the time. One, because I don't think races are that big of a difference damage-wise that it matters, and two, I just really like Void Elf. Like, I just like it. Aesthetically, it's cool. Like, you go purple when your racial procs. Like, it's quite hard to notice a lot of the time. You probably will never notice me going purple. But when my racial procs every minute, my character goes, like, voidy. What about Nightborn? Nightborn are good. But I think they're better for casters. Hold on, I've just seen that I was gifted at 2 subs from Daydream728. Thank you very much. That's really, really kind of you. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Nightborn, I'm pretty sure they're the ones that make it so that you can't get interrupted whilst casting. So the benefit to that, like, is usually why it's recommended, or, like, suggested, like, casters should, like, look into that one, is because, well, it's pretty good to not get interrupted by casting. I don't know, like, because I've never played it, I don't really play casters, I don't know how, like, impactful that actually is in content, like, how often do your interrupts get, oh, how often do your casts get interrupted by, you know, auto attacks? Usually, maybe your tank probably stops you getting auto attacked, right? But I've always heard Nightborn is, like, a good one for casters because of that. I was focused on PvP, so I made an Orc. Yeah, exactly, right? Orc's a really good one because it, does it still do what it does in Classic? I don't want to like make stuff up, but if I'm thinking classic, doesn't it like reduce the chance that you can get stunned? Like, isn't there like a percentage chance that you don't get stunned? Is that just a classic thing? Or maybe it's not a percentage chance anymore, but it's like it reduces the length of them. I haven't played Orc in a long time. Cliche Fat Panda's the best monk race. I mean, Panda's good as well, you know? Panda gives you double food buff. I'm pretty sure it still does, and it reduces fall damage. So if you're, you know, clumsy running around the world, and you like to go fast and you roll off an edge, and you forgot to take lighter than air, you should just bounce, because you got, you know, Panda. But they get the, I'm pretty sure they still get the one where you eat food buff and it gives you double. So Pandas as well, pretty good, getting a double food is useful. I've even seen Volpura monks, and if the people like it, why not? No, I played a Volpura monk. I played Volpura monk for the entirety of Dragonflight. I regretted it, but it doesn't mean it was bad. My logic was that I thought that it'd be really smart to play Volpura monk because I wanted to be able to efficiently get to raid faster. So if my goal is to like play one of the ones that is like a little bit stronger and has a good like racial for actual combat, I made a terrible decision. Like it's not well, actually no, at the time Volpura was pretty bad. They have buffed the bag. Like it has a bag of tricks, right, that deals damage. In Dragonflight, this thing was good, like I can't even explain how bad it was. Like they buffed it and it's still not like amazingly strong, but like it had to get a buff before like even like was even like semi okay. I played it during when it like did nothing. So like I'm pretty sure pressing my racial was a DPS loss in comparison to pressing any other button I had. But like as someone said, like, you know, really useful if you like mount farming or something or need to get around and you're actually smart with where you place your things. Also, like, small thing, but different races have different like sizes, hitboxes. You ever been like the one thing I loved about Volpura is that I could like literally like get into small places. Like you could actually do skips and stuff, or like move around. Like, but the spec I refuse to ever play is Tauren, and the reason for it is that I've played so many of these or not spec race. The reason I will never play Tauren, even if like Tauren was the best, okay, I'd play it if it was the best, but you know what I mean. It feels so slow. I play like pretty like middle, small specs that like when they move, they feel fast. If I switch over to a Tauren, I feel like my movement speed would be to half. You're moving at the same speed, but it just doesn't feel like it. So it's why I can never like play like a Tauren. It feels like I'm moving in slow-mo. I feel so sluggish, and like you're technically not, but it feels like it. But then once again, Tauren's also useful. They got War Stump, they got an extra CC. Extra CC, where's that good? Mythic Plus, you know? So every race has like perks and stuff. I'm not quite sure what the new one does. I did read it at one point, but I've just completely forgotten what it does. I want to say it puts a patch of grass on the ground. I don't know how accurate that is, but I'm 80... This guy just hit me with his fucking moon. Can't just go around dropping moons on people. I'll be real. Who is this? Oh shit, this is an elite guard. I imagine this is not meant to be a PvP area. But to be fair, this thing does like no damage, so I'll probably just kill it and move on. Tauren Rogan stealth. Yeah, that was funny when they're like, it's basically like previously a lot of the time, a lot of races were locked. Like, I say back in the day, not even like 2 years ago or so, like 3 years. A lot of races were locked, but like in recent years and expansions, they've been trying to make it so that you can essentially play as many like races as possible in certain classes. And And that was a good laugh when they released Rogue, Tauren for Rogue. Just like the image of this like massive like character just in stealth, like trying to be sneaky, and it's just this big old Tauren. I mean, if people want to do it, they do it. To me, that just it's just funny.
Zabrab is now following.
We got a rate my dog. I completely forgot that I'd put this on the channel points. I will rate your dog. I've just seen that. If this is your dog, this is a good boy. And these are some really good pictures. Actually, this is very high quality pictures. Look at those boys. Are they, I want to say Dachshunds? This is a good boy. This is a premium picture if I've ever seen one. They're really good quality as well. Jesus. Yeah, that's a 10 out of 10 dog for me. I hope those are your dogs. And I haven't just pulled a picture of some random dogs. Either way, I love dogs. Been looking at dogs at the moment actually. Potentially gonna get one soonish. Not like soon, but like looking at dogs. My partner, she wants a small dog. I don't want a small dog. It's a very big conflict at the moment. Not like a real conflict. It's not like, but it's a small dog versus medium dog. Obviously, being me and wanting the medium, it's a big dog. I think I'm in the right. However, compromises do have to be made. I think I started off big, so the compromise was medium. See, this is when you got to use your brain, you know. I don't know. I'm just not a massive fan of like small dogs are cute. I want like I don't even know, like a medium one. Oh yeah, I've been watching a lot of dog videos at the moment and looking at like rescue websites and stuff to see like what sort of dogs are about and what we think we could do. I don't think we're quite ready yet. I think we need to like do a lot of prep for a dog as well. I don't know what I'm kind of trying to do. I'm shouting about a dog. I need to slay someone. Yeah, we're looking at the moment like how to how we'd integrate a dog into the house and stuff. Because we both had dogs growing up, but obviously we don't have a dog. We haven't had dogs for years, and considering a puppy or not, I don't think they're too easy. Basically, we want it to be like not perfect. You can never have anything perfect, but I don't want to just like get a dog and then, you know, just like fob it off. You know, I want it like everything to be good. You know, I want to have the treats ready. I need to know exactly how I need to like look after it and make it like happy. We've been looking at, I want to say Labradors. Well, no, not Labradors. Labradoodle. Maybe not Labradoodles. I forget. There's so many dogs that we've looked at. I should ask her, but I think she's busy. It's a good sign. Am I gonna be a good dog owner? I don't even remember the breed. Look, you gotta understand. There's like 5,000 different breeds of dogs. It's hard. Oh, I was meant to go up there.
Are we going today?
Compromise and get a duck. We have a lizard. We have a leopard gecko. Can't really take it for walks though. She's a good girl though. Where am I going? And we can't get cats, because I'm allergic to cats, unfortunately. I don't mind cats. I do think cats hate me. Maybe I'm just projecting. But like, I'm just heavily allergic to them, because I also have asthma, right? So it's like a double combo, right? I was born with the gift to not be able to breathe. And then I'm born with the gift as well to be allergic to an animal that like the majority of people have. So if I go to someone's house and I haven't taken an allergy pill, I just get, you know, taken out.
I will do my duty for Azor.
It's not just red eyes that are itchy. It is Oh boy, I can't breathe now. This is really fun.
Undust. The elders will not part with it easily.
Asthma's a very...
We have to try.
like, the one thing humans have to do, right, to survive is breathe, right? Like, that's kind of like fundamental. So I was given the ability to not be able to breathe. Like what sort of defect is this? This is like very... This is very subpar. If this was like 100 years ago, I wouldn't be... I wouldn't exist. Oh, I'd have been killed off. Where is this? Foster a dog while it's waiting for its family. Best way to learn and get assistance. That's a good idea. I think that's what one of her friends did, actually. And then I think... I want to say that the family decided in the end that they weren't going to take the dog. And then because her friend had been fostering it and it was going so well, that they'd taken it. And I think that's a good idea. I almost said, because her dad has a dog. And I was like, why don't you just, like, you know, ask if you can babysit this dog for a week? I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that's a valid idea. Like, we look after their dog. But maybe it's not going to be the same because that dog knows as well. So it's obviously... And it's been well trained already. So maybe that will not be like a realistic test. But I guess it still gives us like an idea of like how, like, what we'd have to do for a dog and stuff like that. I'm working on my wife for the next one to be an Italian Greyhound. Oh, my partner loves Italian Greyhounds. A few years back, I used to live on a farm. And there were other people that lived on the farm, not animals, actual people. And they had an Italian Greyhound, and to this day, she still tells me that she misses this dog that we didn't even own. To be fair, it was a very cute dog. Yeah, Italian Greyhounds are very dirty. They find another family or foster, they match you with a dog that you can handle. Okay, yeah, no, definitely look into that. I think that's probably the smartest thing to do as well.
Where would you go?
So I think like she'd be happy like just getting a dog tomorrow, right? Like just finding one that needs like a home, like a foster, like a dog on one of the foster sites. But I think, I don't know. I just think it's safer to like trial it first. Like I don't think it's gonna go wrong, or like just make sure like we're confident being able to look after a dog, you know. Basically, I don't want to fuck it up. Is this practice for a child?
I know, but
maybe.
does it change the past?
After all this time, you return and seek entry into the rift. You have not changed at all, Orwena. Ask if you must. Listen. And
I've worked with fosters a lot. Make sure you steal your resolve. They'll try to guilt you into taking fosters when you aren't ready, if they learn you're a good caretaker, since they're so often in need. Okay, that's worth knowing.
if you insist on doing this,
I guess they must have like quite a lot, right? Like a lot of foster animals.
undust.
And it must be difficult like having like so many and quite a high turnover. I guess like if you are fostering one and then it like feels right, it feels right. See, I like this zone a bit, but it's one of those zones that really fucks me off with trying to like find herbs, because it's not flat, it's bumpy, and there's like foliage everywhere. Like I'm meant to be finding herbs, right? There's two really valuable herbs here. I don't know where they are. It looks like it's above me. How? How is that possible, actually? How is it above? Is it on this? Oh my rod, it is.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Can't decide between Havoc and Windwalker for mostly M+ and Delves. Can you help me? I think it from the sounds of it, like they're relatively like similar specs in terms of mobility, so it sounds like you have like a sort of style that you enjoy playing, like kind of like fast movement, I don't quite know how Havoc works currently. I played it a bit in the War Within, but it's pretty like, it's very 2 minute based, isn't it? Do you still run Eldraki? I know that they had really good priority damage previously with the Eldraki Reaver build. But I think I've heard that they are not as like, that's not as like prominent anymore, or it's not as strong as it used to be. In M+, I think they're both useful. I think it depends. Like I'd always say Windwalker, right? Because I think, you know, Windwalker's just great. But there are pros and cons to both. I think that in terms of like
Average
playstyle and
Sniper
stuff,
TV
they're
is
going to
now
be
following.
relatively similar. But if you take playstyle out of the equation, they both have, so they're both the specs that have buffs, right? That are pretty useful. But I think that Demon Hunters are more accessible. Like you're going to find more people that want the int buff than people that don't. Not massively impactful in M+, but still worth considering. Utility-wise, they're pretty similar, right? I suppose the upside that Demon Hunter adds is if you want to do skips and stuff, their skips are a bit more effective. Like Windwalker technically can paralysis skip, which is where you do something like this. You'd paralysis a mob, ring a piece it, and then walk around it. Doesn't always work in a lot of dungeon situations where, you know, a DH can essentially just trap something. If it's for delves and things though, from the sounds of it, it's delves, so it just sounds like it's like more of like a casual thing, and not like pushing like massive keys and stuff. In which case, I'd honestly just play what you think's enjoyable. I know it sounds like a bit like a cop-out answer, but right now I think they're probably going to be about on par with each other. I'm just not too familiar with how the Havoc playstyle is, other than I know that it's generally like 2-minute cooldowns, right? You play around Mesa, which is kind of similar to Windwalker in a way, where you play around, if you're playing Conduit, you play around Zuin, which is also like 2-minute cooldown. I-Beam is essentially just Fist of Fury, right? If you think about it like that. Kind of the same sort of concept, except you press Fist of Fury a lot more than you press I-Beam. Eldraki was shot in the face, so Blizz hates fun. Okay, so that's worth knowing. So you're playing Fellscarred, which for M+, Fellscarred's pretty decent, right? But I imagine Fellscarred kind of suffers a little bit in single target. Like Fellscarred, from my memory, is you pop Mesa, and then your AoE damage is just like kind of absurd, right? Because you keep popping Fellscarred after Fellscarred. Like you keep getting the bombs, right? For every time you press an ability, if it still works how I think it does. I think the strength of Windwalker, and I can't speak for Demon Hunter, is that a lot of the time when it comes to talent, a lot of specs have to opt into AoE or they have to opt into single target, right? So in a Mythic Plus dungeon, your talents are like gonna, like a lot of specs are like, right, I have to go AoE, otherwise my AoE is super weak. Like you have to basically go into a certain thing, so you give up a lot of single targets to make sure you do AoE damage. Windwalker really doesn't do that too much. It definitely didn't in the War Within, and even now, it still doesn't suffer too much. Because the playstyle of single target and AoE for Windwalker are pretty much essentially the same, right? With you're playing a lot into Fist of Fury and Rising Sun Kick, that's kind of how the playstyle is. You don't give up too much talent. Like, if I show you this talent build for Shadowpan, right? Oh, I can take another talent, so don't worry about that. This is Shadowpan like AoE, and then this is Shadowpan like single target, right? Okay, well, I haven't updated this talent tree. Let me update it real quick to kind of to just quickly show you. We'll do that, and we'll do that. But spoiler alert, there's a 3 talent difference, and it's not even that big of a difference. So like the biggest thing between these two is that one of them, the single target one, goes into Jadefire Stomp, which just helps with a bit of damage just on pure single target because of this node here. And the other one goes into more Skyfire Heal, which replicates some of your Rising Sun Kick damage in AoE. But it still makes Rising Sun Kick single target stronger because it increases the crit strike chance. So the point I'm trying to make is that we don't suffer as much. Like, our builds allow us to still do good single target damage in M+ without giving up anything for AoE. And that's always something that's like I've noticed about Windwalker, even in like last expansion, this expansion is you're not suffering on boss damage to be able to do damage in AoE. So like even if our AoE isn't like the strongest, it's always hard to tell right now with tuning, right? Like how strong you're going to be in an M+ dungeon
Falcao Punch is now
compared to
following.
other specs. You don't give up like boss damage for it, right? You're not fully committing to AoE. So like you do insane amount of damage in AoE, and then on the boss, your damage is like garbage, and like you're getting carried by someone else. Like Windwalker's damage has always been like, or for the past 2 expansions anyway, semi-decent at both in dungeons, and that's a big thing. Because if you don't have someone to like carry you on the bosses, it's all good and dandy, everybody doing high AoE damage, but when you get to the bosses and suddenly these bosses are staying alive for 4 or 5 minutes and no one's doing damage to it, that is a bit of a suffer. So I don't know how Demon Hunters deal with that. Like I feel like Felscard might suffer a little bit in that. I feel like I'm like kind of bashing on, I feel like this is kind of Windwalker bias. It only sounds Windwalker bias because I'm not too versed in how Demon Hunter plays. Like my proper answer would be, it doesn't sound like you're doing like insane high content. You want delves and then just Mythic Plus, so it's like kind of maybe just getting like 3k rated and stuff like that. I'd honestly say just play whatever you think's the most fun. But they will have like different powers to them. Windwalker can also play like multiple different what's the word I'm looking for? Damage profiles. Yep, that's it. I'm a little bit fried at this point. Yeah, different damage profiles. So Windwalker has the flexibility of being like a 1 minute spec, a 1 minute 30 spec, a 2 minute spec if you really want it to. Yeah, it's hard to answer, but generally, usually at that stage, I'd probably say the one that you find the most fun. Like, if you're like Aldraki has been gutted, and that's like a little bit annoying. Trust me, there's people that play Windwalker that also think like a lot of Windwalker stuff has been gutted as well. So like, and I'd say Windwalker's relatively not too hard to learn as well, especially if you play Shadowpan, which is the easier of the 2 hero talents. Yeah, so a little bit of a long-winded answer. I don't even know if I really truly helped you with your decision, but I hope I somewhat did. I've been flying around this place for 5 minutes trying to find these mobs that I'm meant to be killing, and I'm lost. I need help. Oh, it's wounded defenders. Ain't nobody got wounds here. Oh, here they are. It's like having a super important Fist of Fury. Yeah, I suppose I maybe simplified I-Beam a little bit there. It is a pretty super important Fist of Fury. Can I hear your thoughts on my next take? Yeah, go for it.
The Necro is now following.
Imagine Windwalker where you need to roll every 20 seconds for DPS. That was one of the reasons I didn't like Demon Hunter. I don't know if you still have to do all that. I know there's 100%, like, I know that even in Season 3 or Season 2 of The War Within, they made no mover builds. But that was definitely one of the reasons. In Season 1, that's when I played Demon Hunter. I hated having to dash all the time. If people hated Slicing Winds, and Slicing Winds moved you like a millimeter, I couldn't imagine like Windwalker players then playing Demon Hunter that have to like dash like constantly to upkeep damage. That I think they'd lose their minds.
Her voice is gone. I have never felt so alone. Is this Amarak's life?
I tried the Dark Moon Trinket rot yesterday and it breaks Fist of Fury after 1 second. Seems super bugged. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm not sure if it's just Dark Moon Trinkets, but there's definitely a bug at the moment with trinkets, specifically Dark Moon ones is the one I've heard about, where they will just cancel your Fist of Fury. So I guess I'd recommend not to run Dark Moon Trinkets right now until they release a fix. I imagine they will release a fix. I don't know if it's just a Windwalker thing, but if it's breaking channels, it probably isn't just a Windwalker thing, which means they'll probably fix it pretty fast. If it is just a Windwalker thing, I'm sure they'll get around to fixing it. Couple years. I'm sure they'll look at it next season. But if it also breaks like mage spell casting, oh shit, that thing's fixed tomorrow. A little bit joking, a little bit not, a little bit not joking. Shouldn't the more complex talent tree net more damage, or is Blizzard trying to go with all the easier talent trees so you pay more attention on UI stuff in Season 1? Conduit should be more damage than Shadowpan when played good. Also, Sanlin and Brider on DH with Reaver and Scarred. No, I agree. I 100% agree with that. I think I even like kind of... I don't know if I said it in one of the videos about it. Probably not, but I've definitely said it today, earlier on. I don't think Conduit should be the best in all content, because otherwise you don't play Shadowpan at all. But it should be good at least in one or the other. And it should be based on like because it is harder to play. Like, objectively it is a harder one. Because the main difference between Shadowpan and Conduit is that Shadowpan doesn't have Heart of the Jade Serpent windows. Their fundamental rotation is essentially the same. But Conduit has more to think about with these burst windows called Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, where you get increased haste and cooldown reduction on abilities after you activate it, which is activated by things like Strike of the Windlord, Whirling Dragon Punch, Conduit the Celestial ability itself, things like that activate it. And you got like, there's a lot that you have to like think about with that, making sure you have enough chi to send out like your key abilities during it, making sure you have good management, making sure you send them out like proactively and don't hold too many, but making sure that you make sure everything lines up again for your next burst window. And I would 100% say Conduit is harder to play, so I think it should arguably be stronger, because you run into the situation that happened last year where Conduit was once again not insanely harder, because Shadowpan was relatively difficult at times with how it operated with Flurry Strikes. I still think that was semi-difficult to do like well.
0R_ is now following.
But if you're like more difficult of the two hero talents is harder to play, you should be rewarded more. It should do more damage. I don't see why it shouldn't. Because otherwise you run into this situation where people are like, well, why would I play Conduit? If like right now in single target, both of them do the same damage, right? Both of them are more or less roughly on par with each other in single target. Why would you play the one that has higher risk to do less damage? Because if you mess up Conduit, you suffer a lot more as well, right? There's a lot more risk to it. Like, if you play it well, damage is great, right? But if you mess up your heart windows, you don't effectively like send out heart windows with the right cooldowns in it, or you send out a heart window but don't have the chi to send out abilities, so you waste it. Or you don't line things up properly. You get punished a lot more. Whereas Shadowpan has very little, well, minimal punishment to it. But if they're both doing the same damage on paper, let's say that damage profiles don't exist and the fight is just, they're both playing, I don't know, they're both playing 1 minute 30 for whatever reason, even though, Shadowpan can't, just for the sake of the argument. Well, why would you play the one that you can mess up more on? Like, why would you play the riskier one when they do the same thing? So no, I completely agree with that. I think specifically for single target and raid, I'd like that to be a thing where Conduit is always technically stronger, but if you play it badly, you do fumble it. So you can you have the calculated risk of I could play Shadowpan, which is a bit easier, and get consistent damage on this boss, or I could play Conduit, and if I mess up, that's my own fault. I played it bad, I do less damage. But if I play it really well and I get it really well on this boss fight, I should be rewarded. That's perfect world situation, and that's probably actually it is hard to balance. And I mean, actually no, it's not. They could just they could just aura buff Conduit, right? Can you? Have they done that? Have they aura buffed hero talents before? You can't, right? That's not a thing. You can't aura buff no, I'm not talking about the ability. You can't be if you play Conduit the Celestial hero talent, you do 2% more damage. That's not a thing, right? They've not done that, have they? Shadowpan's literally press what's ready, not to hate. I love Fist of Fury, Flurry Strikes added, but Conduit is fun to play too. Yeah, Conduit I think is a lot more engaging. And it has a lot more to it. Not like crazy much more, but it does have more to it. A bit more oomph to it. Like, it's funny when you think about it. The main difference between them is like one ability, but it's the passive that really comes down to it. It's because they tried to make Shadowpan a lot more passive. Like, it went through a lot of different iterations on what they were doing with Shadowpan. At one point, you had a little monk that followed you around and spawned every so often, and then, like, started fighting with you. And I think Shadowpan's, like, I'm not, like, although it's simpler, I think Shadowpan's in a really good place. Like, in how it plays. I think that it's good to have one hero talent that is more difficult than the other. Like, naturally, that makes sense. Because you should have one hero talent that makes it, like, where, like, you can learn Windwalker or, like, you know, just kind of chill out and play it, and one that you use your brain a bit more and want to get better at. But if the one that is harder to play isn't doing as much damage, or even, albeit doing less damage, like, it's like, why would I even go through the lengths of learning how to play the harder one, you know? That is, like, the weird, like, kind of issue with them having Shadowpan stronger in certain content. And right now in AoE, like, Shadowpan is so far ahead. Like, Conduit's so bad in AoE. Like, in comparison. Like, they buffed, like, they nerfed it so hard. And let's be real, in AoE Mythic Plus Dungeons, it was already hard to play Conduit just because of how, like, you had to have a lot of things line up well with, like, the 1 minute 30 burst window. Like, it was already hard to, like, really get a lot of value from. And then they, like, made it suffer even more by just nerfing its actual damage. Like, okay. Okay, why not? Conduit's visually stunning. I didn't realize how spoiled I was as a priest with how even the hero talents were. I mean, there was a really good point. Like, it's not always been unbalanced. I think the war within season... Well... Okay, I say the war within Season 2, but this kind of follows on from my previous point, where in the war within Season 2, Windwalker was really strong, right? But don't take that into account. Just think about the spec as itself. Conduit was stronger in AoE and single target, like M+ and Raid. However, it was a lot harder to play, because it had just, like, players hadn't played it before, because it sucked in Season 1, so no one played it, unless, like, I mean, some people played it, but, like, no one, like, truly played it. Heart of the Jade Serpent had just, like, properly become a thing, so you had to learn how to do this, like, new rotation. And so you were rewarded for playing better in the harder hero talent. Like, Shadowpan was still relatively easy. This guy is strong. So I think that was, like, when it was, like, the best balance. And then the war within Season 3, Shadowpan was the stronger one in Raid. And I think they were more or less even in M+, but once again, Conduit, hardest to pull off. Why would I play it in M+, when I can just play Shadowpan, you know? I barely played Conduit in M+. I pretty much played Shadowpan exclusively because it was just made more sense. So I think balance, it's fine for them not to be balanced, but they kind of, if you want to have them not balanced, you do kind of have to have it in the way that the harder hero talent is more difficult. Or more rewarding, I suppose. But also more punishing, because it is more punishing. So it's not like it's just more rewarding if you do it correctly. If you do it wrong, you are severely punished for playing the hero talent wrong. Do you know when to swap out the cloak? I don't have an exact item level or anything. I've heard that it still does decent damage for, like, quite a while. Even, like, at 90, it's not too bad. But being real, I'm probably just going to replace it the moment I get a new cloak. Because, you know, you are going to replace it anyway. And if they think it is still doing too much damage, they'll nerf it before, like, Raid comes out or anything like that. So I'll probably just replace it, like, whenever. It's a pretty bad answer, but the moment I get a cloak upgrade, I'm just going to replace it because it's such a minimal difference. Just get rid of that thing. I hate that they removed Power of the Thunder King. That was fun about Shadowpan. Now it feels so flat. I agree with the flat part. I was kind of talking about it earlier, where it's the same with Storm, Earth, and Fire, right? They swapped out Storm, Earth, and Fire for Zenith, and they removed like Power of the Thunder King, Crackling Jade Lightning as a damage source. But when like you actually think about it, it was like Crackling Jade Lightning made Windwalker's damage profile really weird, especially for like raid, right? Like a lot of fights, Windwalkers looked really strong, and they did a lot of damage. But when you really looked into it, all they were doing damage on was ads that spawned, or like ad fights that spawned. If you looked at their boss damage, they weren't doing anything. Like their damage was extremely low on boss. Their single target, like the single target was like pretty mid. Like you were basically being carried by pressing a Crackling Jade Lightning every 2 minutes or so. Which, you know, looks cool and feels fun to press. But when trying to balance us, to then like give us like make us stronger on boss damage, like they couldn't have really changed Crackling Jade Lightning without killing it. Like, because it had like 2 iterations. It had its really strong version, really weak version. But like I don't think there was ever like a middle ground for it. Like it's very difficult to give it a middle ground with how its percentages work. Like you would just drop it. I think you would have just dropped it if it wasn't strong enough. So what I feel like what's healthier is they have removed it, and they put a lot more power into Fist of Fury. Like Fist of Fury should be like AoE damage now, right? And though it feels like a bit like one note, like, oh, I only have one real button that's now doing AoE damage. As a baseline, I think that's okay because it can be built on, right? Like they can build around this. But like trying to balance us around like multiple sources of just insane burst damage that's AoE is difficult. So like now if we go into raid, right? If I go into raid as I am compared to the War Within Season 3, my AoE damage is going to be good because Fist of Fury is where it all comes from. But then I'm still going to do good boss damage, right? Like in comparison. Whereas, how do I describe it? Like it's going to be like true damage, right? Like it's not pad damage, but you're still going to do damage in AoE, right? So like once the mobs disappear, you're not then hitting like a wet noodle, but it looks like you're hitting like a truck because you just like farmed all those ads. You'll still hit the boss decently because your strength is still Fist of Fury, and you still cast that in single target, right? That kind of makes sense, and then that's like a good baseline to work off of. So they're like I'm trying to like see the positive in it and how I think it actually is a good thing. But no, I agree. I enjoyed Crackling Jade Lightning. I enjoyed chaining it. It visually looked cool. It was a very dopamine-inducing ability, right? You chain lightning to 5 targets and your damage went to the sky. Like, yeah, I agree. Very fun. But I feel like it made it difficult to balance. And I'm not surprised that they removed it. I left this tunnel to then come back into this tunnel. Oh, it's because I didn't press this light orb. I did wonder. I killed the mob and I was like, okay, I leave now. Is it always better to dual wield, or can I take a 2-hander from time to time? In Season 1, it's going to be best to dual wield. In general, it depends. But this season right now, dual wielding is going to be better. Predominantly, like, just one of the good reasons for it is that enchants at the start of an expansion are just very valuable. Like, a lot of the time enchants don't scale, like weapon enchants, right? So their strongest is the start of an expansion. Like, if you ever looked at Authority of the Deep, right? Authority of the Deep was in Season 1 compared to Season 3 of the War Within. Authority of the Deep, like, did an insane amount of your damage because it scaled so well, because you just start off. But then it doesn't scale well because it doesn't gain any power as you go on. So having 2 Authority of the Deeps in the War in Season 1 was way better than just having 1, because Authority of the Deeps did so much damage. And the same principle can be applied to any enchant, really. So having 2 single target weapons is just better. Currently. Whilst you're leveling and stuff, do whatever you want. But you will eventually want 2 one-hander weapons. That's too bad. I love a good 2-hander. I don't mind 2-handers, but I don't like that I can't transmog it anymore into 1-handers. So I like using the Legion legendary weapons. So now I'm happy that we're back to one-handers. But genuinely, just that sole reason of, please let me equip my one-handed legendary weapons again, please. Thank you, Blizzard. The one thing I don't like about the transmog change, I don't mind anything else with it. I hate that you can't convert two-handers to one-handers anymore. Because I don't want to be carrying around a brewmaster legendary. I'm not a brewmaster. That's why I carry around a bamboo shoot. It's better.
It came from above. Within a few days, it overtook all of Shaladrasel.
All right. That is going to be the end of the stream today. I said yesterday I wasn't going to stream very long today because I had a few things to do in the morning anyway, and I have a few things I need to do this evening. I will stream again tomorrow. I'm still not max level. This is bad for multiple reasons. Yep. Don't tell my raid leader. Keep this between us. I'll probably play a little bit more tonight. I don't know how much more I'll play. I might just like speedrun it. I might speedrun it a little bit later on, but I gotta pop out now. I will stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm gonna be doing. In an ideal world, I'll be max level. Between us, I probably won't be max level. I might not even be playing Windwalker tomorrow. Who knows? I might be on another character trying to level that up. We'll see. Either way, I'll be around tomorrow. I'll try to stream a little bit earlier, maybe like 10 or something. But yeah, lots of good chats today. Hopefully help you out in a few ways, and we've just had fun. Yeah, just fun chatting, chilling. Thank you for the subs, all the follows. Really appreciate it. And yeah, hope you have learned something here today. If not, there's always tomorrow or the next day. Oh god, why am I not max level? I was told this campaign would be quick. I'm still in fucking Harrendar. It's over. But yeah, honestly, thank you all for tuning in. And yeah, I'll probably have my camera on tomorrow. 50% chance. Yeah, okay. Have a lovely end to your Saturday, and I will catch you tomorrow. Bye-bye.